Stand by for action.
Good morning, friends. Greetings, welcome, happy Monday. All of that. Hydrate. Lest I lose my voice immediately. Gotta get situated. The Lilian Morning, Father Axe Keeper, Mighty Cat, Game Dev Jeff, Space Hopper Copter, Lurkers, VOD viewers, everyone else. Greetings, welcome, welcome. Taking a break from Beat 'em Up Science today. As previously mentioned, if you were watching streams in the last few days, or looked at my Discord, I guess, there's a brand new Kickstarter backer beta demo build, whatever they're calling it, of Shadow Gangs 0. And I'm very excited to check it out. There was a little bit of a documentation preamble, some notes that came with it. That basically, encouraged anyone to record video or stream gameplay and give any and all feedback and everything. And you guys know I'm more than happy to do that. I was very impressed with the previous demo we played a couple of months ago, I guess, at this point, probably. I was a big fan, of course. I am a big fan of the original Shadow Gangs. I play that game on stream on a few occasions. And it's a very good game, but it's also a game in a style that is not really... Well, I was going to say you don't see many games in this style nowadays. The truth of the matter is that you never really saw many games in this style. The kind of walk and shoot, methodical action platformer. Obviously, Shadow Gangs is kind of a riff on Shinobi, but that's kind of a whole genre of game. You know, I don't know if you would call maybe elevator action the progenitor of that genre. But of course, you had Rolling Thunder, you had Shinobi, and then after that, like in the late 80s, you got a bunch more that were kind of, some that were very clearly modeled after Rolling Thunder and Shinobi, either sequels or spin-offs to those games directly, or just stuff that was kind of inspired by it. But I think pretty quickly you started to get games that were kind of diverging a little bit from, not from the formula specifically, but just the feel of those games. We played, for 4th of July, we played some American games. So we played Crime City, and I think that's a good example of a game that's very much in that, like, lineage, I guess you can call it. It's under that same umbrella, but it's paced a little differently. That game in particular has, well, I was going to say maybe more than Rolling Thunder, maybe not more than Shinobi, emphasis on kind of platforming and positioning. It's in a way a little more actiony. Of course, you have the rolling attack, which kind of changed the dynamic of that game quite a bit. But that's the thing, like of course, you had games like Contra and games of that kind of ilk, that lineage of run and gun, more kind of not necessarily faster paced in terms of like how quickly you have to react to shit and everything, but just the aesthetics, the vibe of the flow of action, right? Where you're like, even just aesthetically on a purely visual level, like the character animation, like is the character running or jogging, or is he walking methodically? Can you move while shooting? Can you have more projectiles on screen at once? Do you have automatic gunfire, etc.? And I think, as with a lot of things with game design in general, but obviously not least in action games, early games were in some manner limited by technology, or like, movement and gameplay rules and mechanics
The box?
would typically be simpler. And the ability to, for example, like move and shoot independently and like those kinds of things were, you could call them gameplay innovations, but they were also, well, it's not purely technical. It's not like you couldn't have done those things earlier, but it's more like you maybe would require more sophisticated input methods. You may have to condition players to expect those kinds of more complex interactions. Like if you look at some of the very, very early games, like Computer Space or whatever, like even Defender has like 5 buttons or something. So like the idea that controls couldn't be more complex than like one joystick and maybe one button till the mid 80s isn't really true. I think it's a lot more kind of cultural and like in an arcade situation especially, you want to have intuitive controls that are easy to grasp, and having one button is a lot easier than 5 buttons, and especially in terms of like the player trying to sort of figure things out as they're playing. So like I think there's a lot of reasons why controls and interactions were for the most part very basic in like the early 80s, or up through the mid to late 80s, I guess we can call it. And I think as things got a little more sophisticated, complex, whatever you want to call it, you kind of, as I've lamented many a time, there have always, I feel like, been game design paradigms or even just like concepts that, like individual game concepts or types of games, genres, that were at one point popular and then kind of fell out of favor. And that's, there's trends and whatever and everything. That's not in itself a strange thing. But I think what's very pervasive in video games specifically compared to other media is that there's this kind of feeling of obsolescence or kind of linear forward progress, that whenever trends change, whenever the zeitgeist changes, whenever tastes change in what people like to play and like to experience or are ready for, whatever, that then whatever came before is sort of inherently inferior or obsolete or not worth bothering with. And as a result, I think there's, like in the grand scheme of things, obviously there's exceptions, and how this phenomenon is expressing itself is also changing with time. But I think in the broad strokes, it's fair to claim, I think, that certain types of games had like a window of time where they're popular, and then eventually they transition, like the same style of game just transitions into feeling or coming across as like dated, and as such make them a harder sell, because I guess there's always been this fairly tight link between game design trends and technology and budget and production values to some degree, where to compete in like an arcade market at that time, novelty was like a premium. That's not to say that games didn't need to be good to sort of stick around, but things were moving so incredibly fast that even iterating on a really good game concept to make an even better game, I think inherently ran the risk of not having the sense of novelty, which in turn would immediately kind of handicap your game when put next to the competition, which may or may not be as good, but would have something that on the surface immediately stuck out as like new and fresh. Stop running wild. Greetings. So I think that sort of mindset, which at one point in time maybe made more sense than it would later, because that's the other thing. In the mid to late 80s through the 90s, things were moving so incredibly quickly that things were dated in a different way than they maybe are now. Obviously, the way games were sold and played and whatever, it's also a bit different. But like nowadays, or for the past several decades, I think like we're kind of reaping what was sowed by that mindset, in that like there is, even among people who would really intellectually like be expected to know better, there's often this kind of gut reaction of something old is inherently bad, to use a very, very simple language. Nice shirt, thank you. I enjoy this shirt quite a bit myself. And I think there are certain, I mean, obviously we've talked a billion times every stream about like the specific genre illiteracy when it comes to arcade beat-em-ups, but the kind of general illiteracy when it comes to arcade games and arcade game design, and the lack of appreciation that comes with it. And I think that's one example of how this kind of whole thing manifests. But there's also, certain types of games that at one point in time may be pretty popular, and then it just kind of falls off. There is, of course, some kind of counterculture, counter movement to this, which I think has emerged in the last 20-ish years. Like in a more, I don't know if mainstream is the right word, but like a more large scale capacity. Like, sure, you had 70s, early 80s arcade games released on 16-bit consoles. You had like the Super Nintendo Mr. Do, at Frogger, things like that, which I think was kind of an early attempt at capitalizing on nostalgia, or just kind of acknowledging that these games still had worth. And you started seeing more of that, like the Namco museums and stuff on PS1. You had on PC things like Intellivision Lives and some other like kind of retro compilation re-release type things, like, which was in the mid 90s, that was a pretty new idea. Like the industry was basically just about getting old enough that there was nostalgia to mine, as well as like you could take an existing thing and market it to a new audience that didn't exist when the game first came out, etc., etc. But I think those games, part of it is maybe what the market allowed for in terms of pricing and distribution and marketing. Part of it is maybe the general perception of datedness and oldness and whatever. But and I mean, subjectively, from my standpoint, obviously my personal age and life experience would play into it as well. But I mean, I remember seeing Mr. Do for the Super Nintendo on the store shelf and being like absolutely baffled at that being a thing that existed. The equivalent of 60 or 70 euros for Mr. Do. Like, it just seemed preposterous. And yeah, maybe that wasn't it probably wasn't a huge hit. It probably didn't really work, that, again, like with the pricing and everything. But ever so slowly, that became more of an established, accepted kind of thing. And of course, it's still niche compared to like big AAA things that reaches like millions, if not billions, of people, who buy and play, maybe one game a year, if that. But I think there's at least more than ever, probably, there is this sense that there is the kind of quote-unquote mainstream AAA big video game market, but then there's a lot of people who are maybe around my age, younger, maybe older, who have kind of acknowledged that that is no longer the you know, the be all end all of what are video games. I think that's the thing that's maybe shifted most clearly, where back in the day there wasn't a clear perception maybe of where these like re-releases and things that harken back to older design trends and ideas, where that like sort of fit in to the greater video game industry and video game market. And I think now it's so clear that that like biggest mainstream whatever, like it's such a prohibitively unsustainably expensive affair that it's really only a very small handful of corporate entities who are even capable of operating in that space. So for the rest of us, we can choose to not really engage with it and care too much about it, but like instead look at other parts of video games and realize that it's okay to have these like smaller niches that maybe aren't as obsessed with the same things as kind of the mainstream big games market and industry, and are more okay with saying, yeah, this thing might be old, it might be quote unquote obsolete, but it's what I like, it's something I care about, so I'm invested in playing whatever games come out in this type of genre, or just like as a, you know, from a designer creative point of view, maybe revisiting some older ideas and exploring things that feels like they weren't fully explored because the chance to do so wasn't really given. You had these games come out, but they quickly felt old-fashioned, so the companies making games didn't have maybe the you know, the financial justification to continue exploring those creative ideas. They were moving on to bigger, better things, or at least more profitable, marketable things. And as such, you have these kind of unexplored evolutionary dead ends that arguably maybe you can now go back and revisit and have a better chance of reaching an audience or connecting with a group of people who aren't afraid or aren't, you know, bothered by things coming across as maybe a bit old. And I think that's cool. As someone who likes old shit, I think that's good. Bowser Big Bean Burrito, greetings. Deluxe 7, welcome. Good morning. Yeah, like I've come to discover that personally, that style of methodical walking and shooting action game is really cool, and like that it kind of disappeared. Like no one made games in that style after like the early 90s. What's up, Solana? Like you had the Rolling Thunder sequels, you had Shadow Dancer, and of course even Shinobi. Like Super Shinobi 1, aka Revenge of Shinobi, is kind of like it's a little different because it's got more emphasis on platforming and things like that. It's not really you know, it's a evolution. It's like you can see how you go from Arcade Shinobi to Super Shinobi, but they're not really like, if you look at Shadow Dancer. Shadow Dancer is much more like the original Shinobi, and then by the time you get to Super Shinobi 2, aka Shinobi 3, it's like just a completely different type of game at that point. Very cool game. I think most people at the time would agree that it was like an exciting, cool evolution of the concept. But if you were to now make a new game that's like harkening back to Shinobi, let's say, a game that's harkening back to Arcade Shinobi and a game that's harkening back to Super Shinobi 2 are going to be two very different things because the games just are that different. Dankotron, welcome. Hello. And I think it's not difficult to see why that style of game fell out of fashion a little bit. Like it has a distinctly kind of old feel to it. And I think you can easily map general trends in like action game design for, you know, in that time period, looking at how action games developed on like in arcades in 16-bit 8-bit consoles in the early to mid 90s, they were not necessarily faster, to be honest, but you had often more kind of fluid controls. You had more things going on at once. You know, you can look at shoot 'em ups and see the transition from like 80s shoot 'em ups to 90s shoot 'em ups, and you know, Danmaku shooters and everything, and just like the balance between speeds of the player and enemies and bullets and bullet patterns and density. Like, I think it was Takahashi Meijin was talking about, it was like in some interview on Game Center CX or something, where he was, I mean, he was old 20 years ago. So of course he was like all about the 80s shooters, and like he said that he wasn't a fan about how shoot 'em ups went from being about shooting to being about dodging. And I think that's like a pretty succinct and reasonable thing to, you know, way to express it, right? Because if you look at 80s shoot 'em ups, like obviously they're about dodging. You want to not get shot, but they aren't like, I mean, it's easy to say specifically if you look at Danmaku shooters, bullet hells, where it's literally like so much of the screen is covered in bullets. Like it's much more an obstacle course where you dodge stuff, and like your shooting is kind of like incidental. It's not super uncommon in games like that for your bullets to be like basically invisible, because they kind of don't really matter. You know, power-ups to gradually increase the power of your offensive ability is like greatly de-emphasized. Yeah, for sure. Also see like Hurtbox is like the they're pushing the extreme of sort of navigating, like threading the needle to dodge these incredibly dense bullet patterns, which I think it's completely fair. Like personally, I don't have a great investment in shoot 'em ups either way. It's not really my type of game, but it's easy for me to see. Like I can map it to my preferences when it comes to other types of games, where if you're into certain aspects of that gameplay experience, when things like the general trends of that genre evolve in a direction that you're not a fan of, then like, yeah, it's, you know, I think even as like an outsider, like it's very clear, like Gradius and whatever, Death Smiles, you know, any cave shooter, like they're not the same thing. Like you're kind of, you're testing different skills. The gameplay experience is not the same. And I think it's fair to also say one is not a, you know, it's an iteration and evolution of the other, sure, but it's not like the same but better. You could look at, let's say, Street Fighter 1 versus Street Fighter 2, and at least more reasonably say Street Fighter 2 is like the same but better, even though I don't think that's really true. The bigger difference there is like it's just a much better made game than Street Fighter 1. But if you think of what an evolution of a game more like Street Fighter 1 would be, I think reasonably you end up at something more like Fatal Fury or Art of Fighting, where you both have the kind of single player emphasis, but also like there aren't combos, like it's more of a boss rush kind of thing. And you could take that further too, and it would be a different thing. The point being, when things evolve, even if at the time you would think of it more as like polish and improvement and iteration, inevitably by changing the balance of, you know, the dynamics between the player and the obstacles that they have to deal with, and the player abilities and the pacing of things, like you end up with something different. And it's perfectly reasonable to have a preference for one over the other that does not align with this like chronological timeline of things being, you know, ostensibly better than whatever came before it. What's up, John Matrix? Taco Task Force, greetings. Yeah, I think like obviously you can put games on a timeline and you can chart inspirations and evolutions and, you know, iteration on concepts And I think that's really fascinating. I think it's really interesting to look at what came before something and what led to some things being developed the way they were, etc. But I think it's kind of foolish in a way to... It's narrow-minded, I think, to only have that perspective and think that, like, because something begat something else, that it's only worth looking at it in a linear sense and, like, disregarding anything that came before. I mean, I think that's like true for anything, right? But I think especially kind of art and culture, you know, yes, anyone creating something new is kind of standing on the shoulders of giants and you know, benefiting from what came before. And in some cases, that can lead to something new that would not have been possible previously, whether it's for technological or cultural or, you know, market reasons. But it doesn't mean that old things are inherently not worth your time or not good or whatever. I remind you of George Lucas. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. I think he's a very interesting person. So anyway, I like walk and shoots, as I like to call them. Methodical, deliberate action games where you typically walk and not run. You typically don't attack and move at the same time. They may have a bigger emphasis on combat. They may have a bigger emphasis on movement and platforming and traversal. But there is a certain kind of specific feel to that style of game, which, honestly, I think it might very well have been Shadow Gangs when that first came out a couple of years ago. Probably quite a few years ago at this point, like 2018 or something. And it caught my eye, and I can't even remember, but I think I was following it before it came out, and I got it as soon as it came out on Steam. And it was just like, even before playing it, it was exciting to me because it dawned on me seeing it. It's like, man, it's cool to see a new game like this because no one's making games like this. Like, even in the kind of indie 2D action platformer space, you see a lot more stuff that's kind of, you know, obviously there's a lot of Sonic fan games. There's a lot of stuff that's like very clearly inspired by Mega Man and that kind of thing. You see stuff that's kind of broadly overlapping.
A box?
The borderlands in between those. What's up, Macaw45? More box art reviews. Sure, we'll get to that. We'll I'll catch you in the VOD, I guess, or you will catch me anyway. I love Shadow Dancer on the Mega Drive. It's like one of my favorite Mega Drive games, and I guess, I don't know, somehow I hadn't really connected the dots that that's just a style of game I really like, and there aren't many games like that. So Shadow Games really excited me, and then I played it, and it's really good. And I think that kind of fired up this stronger sense, this like recurring thought of like, man, more people should make games like this. They're pretty sick, and like there's so few of them. I'd be interested to find games on like PS1 and PS2 and GBA or whatever. There probably exists few. I know that there's elevator action, what's it called? Old and New or something like that for GBA. That's like a remake of elevator action. I actually haven't played that, so I'm very interested. Or I forget, maybe it's on Game Boy Color or Game Boy Advance. I forget which. I think it's GBA. And I don't know, maybe there's other like Shinobi type fan games or Rolling Thunder type fan games. There's a game that came out this year, fairly recently, called Gundog Revenge, which I played a demo on Next Fest. I don't think I played it on stream. It's a little bit different, but it's got a lot of the core of that style of game, which is, yeah, I just play that on stream sometime for sure. Because I bought the game, but I haven't even actually played the full version yet. I only played the demo. And I mean, you could even argue that Hunt Down has parts of it. Huntdown, I feel like, is kind of the closest classic game I can think of to compare that to is probably Elevator Action Returns, which in itself has obviously some similarities to Elevator Action, but it also has kind of a different flow to it. But that's the thing, like, it is such a relatively small kind of genre. There's like a relatively small pool of games. You have some like very direct kind of clones, like what's it called, Codename Viper, which is like a very clear Rolling Thunder clone. But as far as stuff that's like close enough to be part of the same genre under the same umbrella, but still different enough to kind of broaden the scope of what it can be, I feel like those are still few enough that it's not crystal clear, like, where the boundaries of where, like, what constitutes a walk and shoot as opposed to other, like, just run and guns or side-scrolling action games. So in any case, I'm very excited for Shadow Gang Zero. It looks very good. It's a follow-up to, quite frankly, one of my favorite games of the last several years. And I was very excited playing the previous demo because it felt like, in a lot of ways, it was like even better than the first one. I booted up the new demo for like 5 seconds to make sure I have it all set up to stream. And it seemed like they had addressed, like, the hit stop and stuff feel different. So I'm curious to see how different the whole game feels. We'll get to that soon enough. But we have a few review requests. So we'll look at some box art. You guys give me mere moments here to prepare. Let's hop on here and take a look at Neo-Bio Cyber Shooting Alesta 2 on 3 floppies for the MSX2 and MSX2 Plus. What's up, P2H? Greetings. This is very cool, but it's also kind of peculiar. There's something about it, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is pretty typical for PC games at the time. I'm not really super familiar, but like all the kind of specs and stuff almost makes it look like an ad. But I guess it's, you know, it's no different really from Western computer games always having that sticker, because it was pretty common, right? You'd have companies putting out quote unquote the same game for like Amiga, ST, Amstrad, whatever else,
a box,
D64, and there'd be like a sticker. They would use the same box, same screenshot, same everything for all the different versions, but they would just have a sticker on to demarcate which version it is you're actually buying. So this having like all the hardware requirements and which model it's for and everything right on the box, I guess makes sense. But there's just something about it that's like immediately in my mind, it makes it not look like a box. But I suppose that's neither here nor there. We'll see if that image works. It's kind of a different, weird format, but we'll figure it out. We'll get there when we get there. Yeah, so anyway, enough about that. Very, very cool box. I really like the logo design of the like the Alesta logo with the big mechanical spaceship helmet thing behind the text. That's really cool. The, like, golden chrome letters and everything. The like marble, like it's weirdly kind of like, I don't know if artistic is the right word for it, but it's an interesting thing that I think you did see, especially on computers, of course, but like this kind of juxtaposition of this, I don't want to call it schlocky, but kind of pulpy, like the action, cyber, sci-fi shooting type stuff with the kind of more a good word for it. It's not avant-garde exactly, but like, you know, just the idea of like, you know, we'll put the title sideways. We'll have this like high-class marble pattern. I think obviously, you know, computer games would have had a older and more affluent target demographic than Famicom games for sure, and you do see that reflected in more, I guess we can call it sophisticated artistic expression in like what the box designs looks like, what the artwork looks like, how they're trying to sell the game. But I just think there's for one reason or another, maybe it's just my subjective associations, but it feels more natural, I guess. Like the connection between, let's say, fantasy RPG or a strategy game with those kinds of like sophisticated aesthetics feels more, for lack of a better word, like normal or expected than in the context of like a sci-fi space shooter.
What have you got there? A box?
So in a way, that adds a degree of novelty that I kind of appreciate. As far as the artwork itself, I do think it's like somewhat distracting that the character is like in this kind of cell painted style. Well, the entire foreground really, with the cockpit and everything, and then the background has this much more analog painted brush strokey style. There's something about that feels a little peculiar, but at the same time, it doesn't, you know, I've seen similar examples of it that look far more, you know, like an actual eyesore. I think it's cool. I think it's certainly evocative. Like I'm familiar with the name Alesta. I've played some version of some game, but I don't know the game series that well, so I don't know. I know that they're space shooters, but that's about it. So this like mysterious, mythological looking person in the background and the kind of sort of abstractly biological looking flower veins, tree roots sort of pattern in the background. Like it's you know, it's pretty mysterious. It's piquing my interest. The different kind of facial expressions between the two characters, you know. I think there's a lot here to chew on. I think it's very cool, and I think it's a lot more interesting. And I think that's obviously very typical of Japanese artwork for shoot 'em ups. It's not like a spaceship in space shooting another spaceship. Like, it's all about character. It's all about the kind of drama. And it's not bothered with like trying to sell you on the action. It's selling you on the like emotion and the kind of sense of mystery. And I think that's something really cool. I definitely like that. So yeah, I think there's a lot to like about this. To me, I think between the kind of debatably obtrusive graphic and text elements, between the maybe stylistic shift, you know, between the characters, there's a few things that I think for me are a little bit distracting, I guess you could call it, from like fully enjoying it. I think the like honestly, I think almost like as far as like a poster or an illustration, having like just the background without the like the foreground character, without the title, without the text, like that background painting as a painting on itself, in and of itself, would be, I think, extremely striking and compelling. And I think just that feeling, setting aside however you feel about the final product with all the other elements, having the thought that like, oh, I would like to have seen this element isolated, in some ways is indicative, I guess, of the sum total of everything. being, I don't know, imperfect. That's not to say that I think that painting alone would necessarily have been a better box for Alesta 2, but just in terms of the sheer, like, artistic, aesthetic, visual impact. But having said all that, it's still a very, very cool box that has a lot going for it, and like I said, a lot to chew on multiple levels. So I'm still gonna give this 5 stars. It's pretty fucking good. Let's see, we had a few more quests lined up here. Get this all sorted. Next up, gonna have to strain myself a little bit. That's a much smaller image, but that's how it goes, I guess. Probably doesn't exist on the internet in particularly great quality. I guess this is Ieyasu War something from Imagineer by Ron. I know Macaw45 was going on a bit of a rant about these games on his stream a few hours ago. I'm not very familiar. In fact, I'm not familiar at all. But I understand that these are highly sophisticated computer games. You know, as I was just alluding to, this game in particular is not an example of it, but necessarily. But this style of game, if this were to have a slightly more avant-garde presentation for its, you know, title design or those kinds of elements, I would feel it more expected. Well, even then, I guess avant-garde isn't really right either, because maybe that's more... Avant-garde, I guess, is maybe more expected in, like, esoteric genre things. I don't know. But anyway, I digress. High-class, sophisticated, historic, military, strategy, something or other. And there's no shortage of this, and I think you typically get this style, or at least, you know, many games are vaguely in this realm of style and design, I would say. I really wish that I had a better quality image of this, because it is really cool, but it's also hard to gauge. It's one of those things where if you had a much higher quality image of it, you might discover 50 layers of detail. You might see that a lot of things are not as quality or cool as you thought. But it is really interesting. I think it's... One thing I'm kind of curious about is the way the kind of foreground army is, like, blending into his... I don't know the terminology, but, like, the lapels of his jacket. Like, are those blue because they're meant to indicate, like, a... Because it kind of looks like there's, like, a thunderstorm or something. Like, is that the sky of the scene that the foreground characters are coming from? Because we see that same blue color, like, extend through the bottom, right? It would seem unexpected to me if those parts of his jacket are actually that bright blue color. But maybe they are. I don't know. I'm not that knowledgeable about, you know, historic Japanese fashion. Not to the degree of knowing what colors would have been, you know, available. So there's, like, compositional details like that I'm curious about, but can't really make out, and thus can't really assess based on this image. But it looks cool. I like that it's all, like, very readable. There is almost, like, interestingly, I mentioned how the Alesta sci-fi shooter stuff, like, you expect more of a pulpy sensibility. But I think instead, that's, like, almost what I'm getting from this. The title logo being very kind of perfunctory, very kind of, you know, not really embellished or trying to elevate this to some kind of fine art. It doesn't necessarily have the same, like, movie poster graphic design quality that we've seen in some other games too. But it's cool. I like the kind of wallpaper of like banners behind him, the kind of pensive facial expression, and then we see like the full battle scene on the bottom. Yeah, I think it's like I can't quite fully judge it. Yeah, I mean it's true, Father. Actually, it's not completely outside the realm of movie poster aesthetics for sure, especially not the painting. But I'm thinking more of the specific, the typographical design of the text treatment and how that's like, it's not in my mind really used to elevate the vibe of the artwork or like sell a specific feeling with its choice of. I mean, maybe it is, maybe it's not, but it doesn't have that immediate feeling of that. Which you might get from some other posters and things like that. That's not how it strikes me, at least. I guess it's pretty subjective. But yeah, like I said, I really wish I had a better quality version to judge. I might be more won over by it. I like it, but it's still not quite. There's something sort of holding it back. Like, it is a little. The visual hierarchy between the character and the background, I think it still works, but you have things like the game title and the Imagineer logo. I think that's Imagineer, right? I'm not making that up, am I? It's all like competing just a little bit. Created 300 better quality image. All right. Well, okay. I won't bring it up on stream. It's a photo. It's like it's better in some ways, but it's like a photo and not a scan, so it's a bit weird. But yeah, like I think there's some elements of kind of balance to the composition in terms of the detail frequency, and things like that. It's on the level where it's hard for me to articulate specifically what I think could or should change, but there's enough there that I have this kind of instinctual feeling that it could be like something is missing or something is off, like just a little bit. It's still very cool, mind you, but I think there's also, this is a field in which the competition is pretty stiff. It's cool, it's good, I like it, but for me, it's maybe not quite as intriguing as Alesta or other more beautifully executed ideas similar to this. It's up there in sniffing. It's a strong 4, but it's still a 4 for me. Good, but it's missing something to me. I couldn't put my finger on what exactly, but there's just something. Look at artwork came as a big poster. I'd be curious if that was like cropped a little differently. But yeah, like I said, I think the logo and everything. I like how the figure is like offset a little bit to the side to make room for the like that makes sense. But if it's framed differently in the poster without it, and you don't have those competing elements, you have maybe a little bit more headroom. I could see the artwork itself being like a really cool poster that stands up very well on its own. But I think, like in the best kinds of box art, I think you have those artworks that work beautifully as a poster, but the graphical elements that are needed for the video game box medium kind of elevate the artwork, or at least complement it, instead of like competing with it. And I guess that's the thing. I feel like those elements are more competing with the art than they are complementing it. Let me hydrate a little bit. Feel myself mentally before we move on to the next one. Let's see if this image actually loads, because I'm a little bit sure about the file format here. It appears that this will not work, but we can make it work. I can hack this URL a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Next up is Donut Dilemma for the Tandy color computer. Well, it's got donuts on it.
Let's go.
This person seems to be trapped in more than one dilemma, I would say. He's got a number of anatomical issues to be sorted out, I think, before worrying about donuts, but who am I to judge? What's up, Killick? Wish I had a donut dilemma. You know, I'm kind of, I have to run some errands later today, and I have to do some grocery shopping on my way home, and now I'm like, you know, maybe I should get some donuts. It's been a while. Giving me donut dilemmas, that's more than I bargained for. See, everyone in chat wants donuts. That's, this is on your shoulders, Sam Foolery. I hope you accept responsibility. But it's okay. It's influential, the power of true art. I mean, I can't argue that. Sure. Donut and an Arnold Palmer. Maybe a Big Jig burger for dinner. Actually, well, I might make burgers, but now I'm having like flashbacks to highly morally questionable burger decisions. And I just had the funny thought, like, oh shit, you know, it's my birthday in like 7 weeks. Maybe I need to go on some kind of preparatory, you know, diet/workout regimen so I can survive whatever hideous burger concoction I might think of then. But let's not worry about that for now. Want donuts, but not these dry-ass looking donuts with no topping. I think a good, like, you know, I was gonna say vanilla donut. That's not what I mean. I guess when I get donuts, I don't like, you know, whenever I typically just get them from like the supermarket because that's where I can get donuts. And obviously, maybe not the highest quality. I'm not conceptually against topping, but they tend to just be a little overstuffed and a little over, just whatever. I'll take one with a nice, relatively plain, you know, chocolate dipped donut, chocolate topping. But I like the plain ones just fine. Like if the dough is fresh and they're nice and like juicy, then that's all you really need. Burgers with donut buns. The thought has occurred to me, White Buffalo. It's not a wholly new idea. I mean, you know, it exists. Something you can get. And I guess for that, like, you wouldn't want one that's like all sugary just for the like. Well, whatever. Let's not get into it. Maybe that's why he's scared. The lack of topping. I don't know. Yeah, he's clearly that's the face of a man with a dilemma. But yeah, he's got, you know, his arms don't appear fully centered. His hands are clearly not the same size, and whether those digits can be defined as fingers is anybody's guess. Legs are, I don't know. I mean, does he have more than one leg, or does he just have the giant sole of a shoe stapled to his crotch behind his one, or in front rather, of his one leg? He's got some kind of ketchup mustard hot dog situation going on his necktie that's about this long. I think it's quite amusing, like the stylistic difference between the rendering of his face versus the body. You know, the way the body is drawn, I feel like is perfectly normal. Seems like the wrong choice of words here, but it lines up with what you would expect from like a British cartoon or whatever. But then you have this like weirdly realistic face. It's pretty funny. It's striking. And then he's got this purple bag. Is that where he collects his donuts? Who knows? I'm intrigued to see, you know, what the game is, but I would expect it to be some kind of, you know, Jet Set Willy-like or something to that effect. Man jumping around, collecting donuts or something like that. B83 says, all I know is that one, I want a donut, and two, I want to play this game. To me, you know, this is not something I would want to put on my wall. This is not like it's striking. It makes an impression. It's amusing, but it doesn't have the qualities that I'm personally looking for in box art to make it like something I enjoy. I could see Foolery putting this up on the wall. I think it's got a little bit of Father Axe Keeper compatible punk rock, you know, aesthetic quality to it. But it's not really my jam. You're offended? Well, I'm afraid you brought this on yourself, Foolery. You know, it's funny, but again, I do not like it. I do not like it. You put it on my wall. Well, Fooler, if not in a literal sense, let's just say I would imagine it in a the word non-literal sense. Basically, I'm just trying to, no pun intended, sugarcoat this a little bit because you know, people love Donut Dilemma. The people love this poor man. But I cannot, in good conscience, in keeping with my particular subjective standards, give this a high rating. I'm good at being diplomatic. I'm not sure how to take that. I can easily twist being reminded of George Lucas into a compliment. Good at being diplomatic. I'm not entirely sure what the implications of that are, but you know, I'll choose it to take it. I'll choose to take it positively. There's a bizarre, visceral draw to the awfulness. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. There's certainly an X factor to this cover, to this type of cover. And I think it's worth, like, I think it is worth distinguishing covers that are, like, awful and covers that are compellingly awful. And even then, you know what? I think there's even a distinction to be made between those that are compellingly awful and ones that are compelling, not necessarily in spite of, but let's call it separate to their awfulness. I'm not entirely sure where this one falls on that spectrum, because it's kind of compelling in its awfulness, but there's something compelling about its just concept, maybe? I don't know. I'm trapped in a donut dilemma yet again. It'd be funny if the box came with a sticker of the guy. You can have a whole sticker sheet with like donut stickers and then one sticker of this guy. I can see that being a marketable product irrespective of the computer game that would come with it. But where does this land? Like, it's not good, but I do like it. I hate to admit it, but it's kind of growing on me. We were talking last stream about like, man, I should do some kind of Hall of Fame for like God Box covers, so like the top ranking, or you could reason for having some kind of gallery of just all the stuff we've looked at for reference and just for the fun of it. But if I were to create like a Hall of Fame, then I think it's also worth, you know, having a separate collection of, I don't want to call it Hall of Shame. It's not about the ones that are the worst, but it's just the kind of honorable mentions. I don't know. I'm going to be generous and I'm going to give this 3 stars. I think it's anything but average. It's weird and it's ugly, but it is compelling and it is, I think, somehow transcending the drudgery of 2-star blandness. MP83 being cajoled into doing old computer game research against his will. That's some good stuff. You would hang this up on your wall because everyone would ask about it. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because it's not really... It pokes at something deeper. It's not entirely accurate to say that you wouldn't display it on the merit of its artistic quality, because it kind of... It's all about it. But maybe not on the merit of its artistic quality being of a particularly high level. Also, by the way, I just now realized that it's a little hard to tell, but I guess even the, like, there's obviously this kind of paper cutout quality, but I guess even the title logo, the title is on this like yellow card that's like resting on some kind of green felt. Like, it's a whole physical assembly, a montage. I don't know, everything should just add to the bizarre flavor of this. Anyway, thank you very much for that. That was fun. Let's move on. Yeah, for sure, Father Askip. The whole, like, cut and paste, like, kind of, yeah, someone mentioned, like, the Xeroxed face. Like, I could see the character being, like, printed or photocopied and then, like, colored in with a marker or something. To have these, like, weird, grungy black shadows, but all at the same time bright colors. Yeah, definitely a zine aesthetic for sure. Okay, next up. Yeah, Tandy Coco stuff is definitely way out of my wheelhouse, not something I pretty much know anything about, to be honest. Echo the Dolphin. Painted by Lord Boris. I do think that this is like the shittest version of this cover, because I don't like the American Genesis box grid, and I think this is like the ugliest version of the box grid template, because the way it like fully encases the artwork makes it like, I think it's funny because this is like the perfect example of a piece of art where like there's a conflict between like the box template and the artwork. What's up, Mudu-sama? Father Ass Keeper with the rig emotes, of course. Yeah, so like the complete like open air, like fantastical sort of vibe, this like tropical environment, the bright blue sky, it's completely like trapped in by this restrictive black grid. Which like it's so, I mean, I didn't grow up with American games, right? I grew up in Europe, so it was only at some point or another being exposed to American box arts via the internet in probably the mid-90s. Mid to late 90s at some point, where I would have seen more of them that I was even aware. Because we never, like, we had, of course, in the PAL regions, we had the black grid. But this specific kind of design for the front covers with the black grid on the all 4 borders never existed here. But we did, for a lot of these games, get the same artwork. But we had just the grid on the bottom with the title. So seeing these like familiar artworks, but with this version of the grid, like not only do you get this direct like A/B comparison, where I can easily tell that I just prefer the PAL version, but it's also like I remember being struck when I first saw boxes like this and go like, ugh, that's weird. Maybe there's a case to be made for some game that it could work, but you know, and maybe there's an example of something where the template border allows them to use more of the artwork without cropping it or covering it with logos or something. I don't know. But in this case, I don't think it works well at all. I think the artwork's beautiful. I think, like, Boris and Julie both did a bunch of covers for Sega games. And I think that's sick. I mean, of course, there's like, I forget the name of it, but there's like an NES dungeon crawler RPG that has a Boris painting. And they did a bunch of other stuff. And I'm a huge fan of their art. I started, like last year, I started buying the Boris and Julie calendars. Because it was just one of those things. I collect art books. I don't have many of their art, one or two. But I'm like, they put out this like wall calendar every year for like the past 40 years or whatever. I should just buy those, and I started doing that, and they're pretty sweet. And it's cool to see, like, there's something very pleasant to me, I guess, about like the convergence of the video game world that I'm very much into, and I'm all into video games, and like Boris and Julie artwork. Like, I think it's actually kind of forward thinking, maybe isn't the right word, but it's really cool that Sega commissioned these illustrations from these artists. Because especially on the kind of American side, maybe in Europe for that matter, this wasn't really something you saw. Like, we saw these like highly sophisticated, elaborate Japanese PC box arts, and there's certainly Western computer games that also show that kind of sensibility, I guess, of like, we want this to be a kind of prestigious, high quality product, or we want to evoke the feeling of a fantasy novel cover artwork or whatever. But I think in console games, it just wasn't that much of a thing. Like, sure, you would maybe commission someone, but it would be, you have these guys like Tom Dubois or whatever who like kind of not made a name for themselves, I guess, but like were kind of, because they certainly weren't household names then, but people who were kind of retroactively known for having contributed to a lot of these video game boxes, and more maybe for their ubiquity than anything, are like fondly remembered. But they weren't, as far as I'm aware, like well-established artists where you look at that artwork, you see their signature, and you go, oh shit, they got that person to make the art, So I think it's cool, especially in light of, American branches of Japanese video game companies, in my mind, are not really known for, making bold artistic moves like that. Now, granted, these were all like American games, so they weren't. Well, this is like Hungarian, I guess, right? But they were produced and commissioned, by Sega of America. They weren't Japanese games that the American branch were in charge of marketing, so they got a Boris or Julie painted cover newly for that Japanese game or anything. I'm trying to think. I guess they did literally do exactly that for Golden Axe 2. And there's probably a few other examples of that, but for the most part, I'm thinking of stuff like Eternal Champions, Strider 2. There's more I can't bring to mind immediately, but it's not, the shittest American box arts are usually for Japanese games, where there's good art and they just replace it with something worse. So that's not really what this is about. But either way, I think it's a cool initiative that's aging like fine wine. it was a cool art back then, but it's even more having, you know, more now, like having both a more comprehensive overview of all the box art that was around at that time, but also everything that's happened in the 30-40 years since. It only makes stuff like this easier to appreciate in my mind. And yes, I do think this is the worst version, because both the European and Japanese versions don't have the grid, or at least not this version of the grid. It's interesting and it's fun in a way that, and that's typical, I think, for Echo artwork and the Echo games. Like, the true nature of this game is completely hidden. This is a bizarre sci-fi multiverse time-traveling adventure, and you would never know that from the artwork. But the thing is, you would never know that from, like, playing the game either until you start getting deeper into it. And I think that's, like, a very cool part of the appeal of this, where it's, like, just the idea of being a dolphin traversing this, like, mega beautiful tropical ocean environment. Like, I feel like that is 100% what this game was sold on, and it's like, it's really striking visually. The music is kind of ethereal and mysterious and very evocative and really cool too. Like, it's already, you're already kind of sold on it before it goes supernatural. But it's kind of interesting that it's not leaning into that aspect at all. Yeah, it's funny. I played this game very briefly as a kid. I had the second one, so I played that maybe a little bit more, but I pretty much remember not ever really getting anywhere in it. And so then I got this version again when I started collecting games in Japan about 20 years ago. And I played it for the first time since being a kid. And I had some kind of PTSD relapse of some kind when I triggered the, like, alien kidnapping sequence in the opening. Because that shit is horrifying. This is a fucking horror game. And I've many a time attributed my discomfort, if not fear, of underwater sequences in video games to the 1-2 punch of Sonic and Echo, both having, like, in their own way, highly traumatizing underwater experiences. But anyway, this artwork's beautiful. I think it captures not the entirety of the game, but it feels deliberate in what little sliver of the game it captures, and it captures it really, really well. I think this is one of those great examples of something where the detail and quality of this, the texture of it, is greater than what you see in the game. So if you look at this and then play the game, you can kind of see this in your mind's eye, but you can also envision the rest of the all the weirdness and everything that happens later in the game. You can easily transpose that to the version of it that we're seeing here. I think it's also kind of, obviously, you know, there's no shortage of Boris artwork depicting more fantastical, otherworldly, science fiction-y things. But there's something cool about, like, the hyper-realistic styling of this only showing the idyllic pre-disaster world that Echo inhabits, and not any of the weird space alien multiverse time travel, you know, God destiny shit. So this, in essence, like, is a more grounded take on the world and a more grounded part of the world, and then you have this whole other universe that expands beyond it. Overall, I like this artwork a lot, but I do think this box in particular, the US version, suffers quite a bit from the template kind of being a little overbearing. I feel like the visual weight of the black frame around it is, like, about as heavy as the illustration, which feels very off. So I'm gonna say 4 stars. It's held back quite a bit. I think the logo design is also pretty underwhelming. It's fine, perfunctory, but Yeah, there's also something particularly visually off-putting about the fin on Echo's back intersecting with the Genesis logo. Do not like it. But we have one more here. Yeah, Echo has like a constellation on his head to signify that he's like chosen by the gods and have mega superpowers or whatever. It shit gets pretty weird. We're going from one Sega game to another. It's time for Wrestle War. This is a arcade game that was ported to the Mega Drive. It's not a very good game. It's a very basic button mashing-y game. The arcade game has a vertical monitor, and it has this kind of peculiar gimmick where the camera angle like shifts when you're changing positions, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But it's like a really basic 80s arcade wrestling game where you have like, I guess, a punch button and a kick button, and then you like lock up and you mash and you hope that you get a body slam and then you pin, and it's like there's not much to the moveset. I don't think in the arcade one that you have a choice of characters even. I think you're just, I think you play as like I guess it's like an Inoki stand-in or something, and then you just fight through a series of opponents and then the game ends. Yeah, the the US version, I'm trying to remember if, I think the PAL and US ones are not the same either, but they changed the background and they changed Titan Hogan here to some generic black-haired guy, or Titan Mogan maybe. I guess probably they probably wouldn't go so far as to put the name Hogan, so I guess it's that, I guess that H is an M. But yeah, we got the whole, all the stars are here. Dan Hansen in the bottom left, Bruiser Brody. I'm sure this luchador is like traced from someone, something. But it's like generic enough for plausible deniability. Got Japanese Road Warrior Hawk. Of course, Abdullah the Butcher. I guess that's One Man Gang. I mean, I can see it. It looks like he's got like some kind of, it's like it's like the unholy crossing of One Man Gang and Kamala. He's got like some kind of white strokes on his cheek or something. And then we have like, it looks to me like the Ultimate Warrior, but he's wearing a mask because he's got like the arm tassels, but just his physique and his pose with the. I'm using my mouse cursors if you can see it, but yeah, on the right. Yeah, it looks like Ultimate Warrior. You know, this is a tradition, right? Most wrestling games, and a lot of non-wrestling games for that matter, in the mid 80s through the early to mid 90s, would just have all these pastiche characters of famous wrestlers. But it's cool to get like a whole group of them. I mean, I think this cover, frankly, is a lot better than the game. I think the layout is a little bit messy. I think the Wrestle War logo is cool enough, but the Sega Wrestling Association, or whatever SWA stands for, championship belt is like such a cool idea and gimmick that it's a shame that it's totally like covered up by the logo. Like there's a overall discrepancy. Like there's no not discrepancy, but like a disharmony, I guess, between the illustration, the championship belt, and the title logo. Like, they don't really go together, or they kind of interfere with each other. In a way that's like unfortunate, because I think the championship belt actually looks pretty cool, and it makes it like it brings, I think, to the forefront of my mind at least, like why isn't there, I mean, I guess they wanted the championship belt to look like a championship belt, even though we can't really see the front plate. But, like, how sick would it have been if the game's logo was incorporated in the belt design? And it's like, why aren't there, like, 50 wrestling games that have that concept for the logo? And in fact, I can't think of a single one. Like, surely that has to be a thing that exists. But, like, it would be so much better. Or at the very, very least, design a title logo that uses the imagery of a championship belt, like, as part of the logo design, as opposed to like the belt here being basically part of the illustration, but then you kind of slap the title on top of it. Like, it's unfortunate that the composition doesn't really make, there's no good room for it, but hypothetically you could have put it like up top. Like, of course you want to see these cool dudes in the background, so you don't really want to cover them up either. But maybe the title logo could just have been smaller and written across the belt, as opposed to, like, overlapping both the belt and Titan Mogan's 90-12-inch pythons here. Which also, for that matter, the way his arm is, like, leaning over the belt looks a little strange. Make a belt graphic for the next NCW. Ugh. I don't want to think about that right now. That's a lot of work involved with that. I need an 11-month vacation. We sit with the belt, like, wrapped around. That would be pretty cool, actually. I guess it would be extremely sick if you had, like, I mean, you wouldn't get it for a Mega Drive game, but you could imagine, like, a DVD case type game that has, like, a wrestling championship belt, like, slipcover. Like, even that would be pretty sick. Yeah, the position of his arm, like, it doesn't, like, it is too long. Like, there's something about it that doesn't look right. And it doesn't look, you know, it doesn't look like the belt is, it's not like a composite or anything. Like, it looks like it's actually painted, like it's all part of the same image. So maybe the artist just got a little confused about it. It's like where his waist would be in his elbow. Yeah, it just, like, it seems strange. Maybe that's why they put the logo there, to cover up the art being a bit fucked. Who knows? But I don't remember exactly what the other version looks like, because I don't think it has the... Well, it wouldn't have the belt, but whatever. It doesn't really matter. So yeah, I think as a package, like, it's got some image. But if we were to ignore... If we look at, like, the top half of it, it's well painted. It's got all these sick versions of fake wrestlers, some of whom are... Like, Abdullah is just Abdullah. Like, there's nothing... There's nothing, you know... There's no changes made to his appearance to give any degree of plausible deniability. Like, I guess Stan Hansen doesn't have a mustache, but, like, it's not super easy to tell, right? So it's that's a little kind of funny, but it's super well painted. Like, I think, you know, we've obviously, thanks to Father Axekeeper, talked a lot about wrestling game box art, and I think this is a really cool approach. Like, Sega had some really cool covers for some of the early sports games on the Mega Drive, in Japan specifically. And I think this kind of almost fighting game-esque idea of this, like, collage of all these cool dudes, and especially this almost, like, larger-than-life expression of their, like, the emotion and the posing and everything, while still being grounded in some reality. I think it's really sick, and it's I think maybe something, at least in terms of great execution, we haven't seen as much of as you might expect. Maybe because by the time video game box art tended to reach this level of artistic sophistication, you started seeing more actual licensed games. Then you lean more on photography and whatnot. I don't know. But it's a cool artwork. That's another image here. I'm just curious. Okay, right. So this is like the original painting. Yeah, and it's funny seeing it unobstructed. The arm actually does look perfectly proportionate. It's funny how there's like something about the logo that just... I guess there's some like optical illusion where the tiny elements that are like obstruct, like your eyes kind of, or your brain rather, fills in the blanks in some kind of incorrect way. That's pretty fascinating. But yeah, that's the thing. Like without the title, just as a poster, it's like fucking incredible. It's like so unbelievably sick. The logo, unfortunately, does kind of drag it down a little bit. So where does this end up ultimately? I think even just like the balance of everything seems... It's like I'm glad you linked that other version, because I can appreciate it. I like the artwork, but it kind of makes looking at this more frustrating because it's like, oh, man, it doesn't, like, the art was so great and it doesn't quite come across fully. Like, you can't fully appreciate the quality of it the way it's presented on the box. But as always, I'm just stalling here as I'm trying to figure out where this ends up on the scale. I think it's really tough because I genuinely think that the logo stuff is like a big problem. Or there's like a severe difference between having it there and not in terms of appreciation for the wonders of this art. But I still kind of love it. There's so much cool shit. Yeah, I mean the original artwork, like that for sure is like mega poster worthy. But honestly, the box, even as it is, like, as much as I whinge about these issues, it doesn't really on the whole diminish its like posterability by that much. So at the end of the day, this is still a 5-star box. It's still so great. It's so like fucking powered. I like this a lot. Like, it's just engaging and entertaining in a way, like, just has that appealing, inviting energy to it that I think a lot of wrestling games is kind of lacking. I like it a lot. Like, I think it captures both the video game, like, exuberance that you want from a video game, but also the kind of realism, if you want to call it that, of actual pro wrestling. Like, it's not fully cartoony, it's not fully like its own thing. Like, it's still it's getting enough from that too. I don't know. Pretty cool though. Very cool, in fact. But that will conclude box art reviews for today. I hope you enjoyed that. I'm just itching to get to some Shadow Gangs action. Thank you again for all the requests. That's fun. But let's move on. As is usually the case, especially now that we've gone for fucking damn near 2 hours, we're gonna have to take a short break before we get started. But actually, let's do this. To refresh our memory, let's super quickly... My arcade stick. Let's super quickly take a look at the previous Shadow Gangs 0 beta demo version 1.0. As a little teaser, hop on over here. Yeah, 3 stars for Donut Dilemma. Have I considered uploading box art reviews as its own thing? I kind of decided when I first came up with the idea to, like, I wanted it to not be work. And any amount of bookkeeping or editing or record keeping basically turned it into work. I'm not against the idea. I would be happy to have a record. But I don't have money to pay someone to like edit videos for me, and I don't have the time and energy and inclination to really do it myself. Like even saving VODs and pushing them to YouTube, it's not a lot of work, but it's not zero work. Especially given that like my stream VODs, if they get like double-digit views, it's like an anomaly basically. I mean, of course, like if you want record of something, you want it to have there for when you want it or for when you need it, and it might seem like there's no point to it until you want it or need it, and it's not there, and then that sucks. But being perfectly crass, like I don't really have a strong incentive to put that work in, like, unfortunately, but that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles. But yeah, like, you know, VODs are generally saved. I don't necessarily always publish everything to YouTube. I'm kind of lazy about it, and a lot of the time, I'm sure some have been lost. But again, like, just sometimes I can feel like I want to be really diligent about publishing stream VODs on YouTube. Sometimes it feels like a chore, and it feels like it's not worth the effort because who cares? And as far as, like, again, making something structured out of it, it can be it shifts the balance between like fun versus work. Is it even easy to discover Twitch VODs if someone's looking for a video of a rare game? Well, on Twitch, discoverability is near zero. But that's like debatably less of a concern, given that the Twitch VOD apocalypse the other year, when they decided that you can't keep videos. Well, you can keep up to, what is it, 100 hours or something? Which, that's like 2 weeks of streams. I mean, not quite, but like, it's not, you can't keep a permanent back catalog of VODs on Twitch. But of course, like, how findable something is on YouTube is its own whole story, and of course it depends on how much effort you put into tags and descriptions and titles and whatever. And again, like, that's work. Like, if putting a VOD on YouTube is like 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes per VOD, like, that shit adds up really quickly. Like, it's fun to stream, but even trying to keep maintenance and upkeep to a minimum, like, there's still significant hours that go into like stream stuff outside of when I'm streaming. So, like, yeah, when you have you know, if you have people volunteering their time, whether it's the person streaming themselves or very generous community members, like to put together like spreadsheets or whatever, listing game titles, and like, I try to put like, the way it used to be was that I highlighted all my VODs on Twitch, and then I put certain things on YouTube, like the viewer's choice fighting game streams and full playthroughs of games, and obviously like the Batman project and the James Bond project and those kinds of things all went on YouTube. So for the fighting game streams, I would always put in the video title or the video description just the names of the games that were played. But again, like, literally just pushing something to YouTube, yes, that's a button press, but then that stream doesn't have a thumbnail, it doesn't have a title, it doesn't have a, like, the description, whatever. And just going through the process of like setting all that up to make it like there's degrees of it, right? You can keep it extremely basic, you can go very like in depth with it, but even a basic pass on like manually going through each one, it adds more work, especially when just like kind of mentally, emotionally you're playing on stream. When you're done, it's like nice to like just click end stream and then like, oh, okay, my shift's over, work is done. To then have this like extra thing that you need to do inherently feels like, ugh, like it's just a bit of a chore. I heard something about that, Killick. It's, yeah, I mean, I don't mean to dismiss the concerns because obviously it sucks. But I don't really have the energy to really engage too much with it. Like, you know, being on Twitch, streaming, getting to interact with you people, that's like, that's the escape I have from the parts of my life that are very unexciting and lonely and boring. So I prefer to, I don't want to say ignore, you know, or put my head in the sand with like problematic issues, but like it's kind of, there's a degree to which I can let that get in the way of the, you know, doing the things I want to do and have to do to like be able to have fun. I think. But that said, you know, obviously making your voice heard and saying that you think it sucks at the very least, voting in favor of having like an opt-out option or whatever, that's obviously a good thing. I'm not taking a stand against it or anything. But just, you know, you gotta choose your battles. And I don't mean to say that this is not a battle worth fighting, but I, as an individual, only have so much energy. Anyway, in summary, box art reviews are fun. They could take different forms. It would be fun to keep a record, but as it currently stands, I do not have the capacity really to... I have the capacity to do those in the first place under the condition that I don't have to worry about any of that shit, basically. The moment I start myself to worry about that kind of stuff, it becomes work, it becomes a chore, and it becomes less fun doing it. And I just kind of wouldn't want to, or at least I'm happy to do it as long as I can do it fully stress-free, basically. I mean, there's nothing stopping you from keeping, like, I forget who I was talking to, but kind of at the beginning, I was having a conversation with someone who's like interested in maybe starting some kind of spreadsheet. Yeah, I mean, I'd be happy, but like, I'm not really. If you want to do that, Father Ash Keeper, and you have like questions or something, you're obviously free to just DM me at any time. There's maybe a limit to how much I can help. Or how much time I would be willing to like dig into old VODs or whatever it is. Because it's also like, when I first thought of it, it was also the idea of like, how do I organize it well? Because of course I would want to have the image, like you could have a list, right, of game title, rating, but then you would want to have the image there too. And it's like, well, technically you can embed it in like a Google sheet, but that looks kind of whack and it's hard to like. Then it's work. Then all of a sudden it's work, and like I've already crossed the bar that I don't want to cross, basically. And hey, you know, whether it's starting from now or whatever, like it doesn't maybe have to be a perfect record from day one. Like any effort that anyone would want to put into archiving or doing something with it, I welcome. So like it's kind of up to whatever you want to put into it. I can at the very least supply you with the images I have saved locally for the reviews, even if I don't have any additional context beyond that. But like I said, feel free to get in touch. And whatever effort someone wants to put into it, that's kind of on them, and it's welcome. But I don't really have any... Like I said, I'm doing it under the condition that I don't have to worry about any of that, and that includes not just not doing the work, but also not being too concerned about what it should look like or whatever. Oh yeah, and to be clear, like I have more or less, I mean, there have been VODs that were lost previously, but basically the entire back catalog of things that were on Twitch is saved on my YouTube channel, but a lot of it isn't public because you know, there are reasons why, partially due to just labor, but also like, I mean, my YouTube channel isn't like, you know, too much of a concern. I don't have like a big following. I don't get a lot of views. It's not monetized. But at the same time, like I have uploads on there going back like 15 years. So it's like, do I want to just flood this channel with my entire back catalog of Twitch VODs? Should I have a separate channel for it? Like there's a whole and again, we're going into the like this is now becoming work territory, which is mostly why I haven't really done anything. I haven't done that work because it's work. And it's work for a probably very limited return on investment based on, you know, the amounts of views I typically get on that kind of stuff, etc. But because there's a lot of considerations, it's just like, oh, it's a headache to have to deal with it. But for example, you know, if there was something, there's a bunch of VODs that are they're just privated on my channel, but I could, for whatever reason, if there's a need for them or what have you, make them unlisted or even publish them. But again, I'm hesitant to just select like 300 VODs and hit public and just put them all, or however many hundreds, on my current channel, because inevitably I'm not necessarily saying it'll have a negative impact on my viewership or whatever, but just the way the YouTube algorithm works. If I want to do something with my YouTube channel, then maybe there's a reason to not have all that shit on there. Can I migrate it to a second channel? One way or another, even if it involves manually downloading and uploading, like I'm sure it's possible. But again, it all comes down to like, am I willing to put in the time to figure that shit out? And so far the answer has been no. Like it's just not really felt urgent. I haven't had that many people, you know, ask me about, hey, do you have a recording of this thing? It has happened. And in those cases, it's usually been, oh yeah, sure. I can publish that. Or I can unprivate it or whatever. But knowing that typically when I publish stuff, it gets like 3 views or 12 views or whatever, then it's like, how much is that effort really worth? But anyway, like I said, we were going to take a break. We are going to take a break. But before we do, let's boot up this capturing. And just take a super quick look at... This is the old demo. Let me just double check.
Shadow Gangs 0.
So... Right, okay. Probably going to want to configure it differently, but let's leave it here for now. We're going to look more at the attract mode and all that kind of stuff in the new demo. Hey, what the... Remember there's...
Shadow Gangs 0.
Making sure that I have the start button found here. There we go. Yeah, so this whole thing is weird because this is supposedly like an MVS build, but it's still like the flow of this is like really weird. Yeah, so this was a Kickstarter. That's why I have access to these beta versions. This is coming out. The like lead platform, I guess, is Neo-Geo, but there's also a Mega Drive version, which is the one I backed. And there will probably be other versions, if I had to guess, later. The original game was just a PC game, but that eventually got a Dreamcast port, which I think was also crowdfunded.
Get ready.
But yeah, so basically this is Shinobi. We're gonna rescue our kidnapped ninja compatriots. Like some sub-weapons. So we have a life bar top. And I think number of hits is like the main difference between the difficulty levels. The bullet speeds. I really like the graphics in the original, but you could call it a little bit of an acquired taste. Early previews of the graphics in this one, I was like a little iffy on. Yeah, the clarity of these platforms isn't always super obvious. But in the end, like, I know that for a lot of the character art, they're doing like CG that they're kind of tracing over. But it was interesting because we played this demo, and then I think we played the original back to back when I streamed the other demo. And it's a lot of like playing this. It's like, oh yeah, this is kind of like I remember the original. And then you play the original, like, oh wow, okay, it was actually pretty significantly refined in a way I didn't really remember or realize. Like the character designs, a lot of the enemies and stuff are like pretty much the same, like visual design. But of course, like the original game is this like high resolution pixel art. That guy will steal an item. So you can see on the bottom right, that's like the hostage list. You gotta rescue all the hostages to open the exit, just like the original arcade Shinobi. Awkward little double jump. So yeah, there is certainly a bunch of Kickstarter backer weirdness stuff like this. I'm guessing is like an ad for something that someone basically paid for.
Bonus stage. Get ready.
There's a lot of different bonus stages. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we fucked up. You have to... Well, technically you don't have to melee them, but that's kind of what you want to do. But yeah, so one thing is like the level structure and pacing. I was kind of surprised. Like, I like the original game a lot. It also has like 2 levels per world, sort of. But this game has a lot more like variation. Like this, just having this like verticality, like the geography and feel of traversing the levels. Changes quite a bit. So I'm picking up these like mines and magic tokens that you can only use once you're transformed. So picking up the ninja token to transform in every level refills your health. It also kind of acts like the POW in Shinobi, where because you have the gun, I was hoping to get the transform. You get the gun, which is like more effective. You can, I think you can kind of shoot through blocking enemies. Like these guys will block. So you have to either melee them or shoot them from behind or catch them in the middle of a jump or something. But with the gun, it's not that they can't block, but it I don't know how it works exactly, but you can kind of break through their block. Yeah, so the big guys and the hostages are kind of retained between lives. But yeah, so the levels in general in this sequel are significantly shorter, but there's like many more of them. That's what like my only real worry as I play the other demo, and we'll see how that pans out now because this version has like more of the game in it, is that the game might just be like way too long with like too many stages. But just like the number of however many stages we're supposed to have seemed potentially terrifying. But this new demo, which again is not the one we're currently playing, apparently has it does not have the final level and the final boss, or the final chapter, I guess. It said in the document like final levels, plural, still missing. But it should have most of the game and a bunch of new features and changes and stuff. But yeah, I just wanted to play this real quick to introduce people to what this game even is, and as like a little bit of a baseline, because I think even some of the core interactions are a bit different. I don't know what game overing looks like. Yeah, the original game was ported to Dreamcast. Hello, Rage for Kiwi. Yeah, there we go. Press fire to continue. I don't know what the fire button is on a Neo-Geo, but well, let's see if there's another screen for game overing.
Game over.
Yeah, I figured not. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break. When I return, we're going to play the new demo. That's going to be exciting. See you guys in just a little bit.
Sega サファリレース新発売。
ハンドルソフトも続々。
世界初衛星データ放送か。これからは宇宙からゲームが降ってくるってわけだ。
その通り。このサテラビューをスーパーファミコンと合体させて DS 受信システムに接続すれば、タモリや内田有紀らがお送りする超面白ゲームプログラムが毎日無料で楽しめる。聞く、見る、遊ぶ、参加する。
サテラビュー。キッズギア誕生第1弾バーチャファイター。いつでもどこでもバーチャしようぜ。キッズギアバーチャファイターミニ。セガ。
卑怯者走る激走止まらんな。
プレイステーション。
デモンズブレイゾン魔界村紋章編スーパーファミコンで新発売。
カプコン。
永遠の名作イースシリーズ第4弾スーパーファミコンで登場。イース4マスク・オブ・ザ・サン。ついに100万枚突破。君はもう手に入れたか。プレイステーションランボー鉄拳2。
ついに出た影の伝説。ファミリーコンピュータ用ソフト台頭影の伝説新発売。
フ
ァイナルファイトもう一人の主役ガイ剣山スーパーファミコン用ソフトファイナルファイトガイスペシャル CD 付きで3月20日発売。
All right. Ad break over. I'm back. And let's check out the new demo. Find my way to it. See, I think this work. Well, I can't even speak. Let's see if this works. All right, there's an insert coin prompt. That wasn't there before.
Shadow Gangs 0.
This is new, I believe. Up J Fox, greetings. Shadow Gangs strike back. Do I need to turn this down a little bit? It looks like it's maybe slightly loud. Dan once again stands up against evil. Crimson Ninja is back. You look at all those muscles. Music's really good too. Actually, I'm a big fan of the character design in these games. So I believe. Actually, let me consult the documentation. Give you guys a brief rundown for some context. It says here, nearly the entire game is now playable, with only the final section, final boss, and complete ending still to be added. What is included? This beta contains 39 main levels, 2 bonus stages, 6 mini-bosses, 4 end bosses, as in, like, end-of-level chapter bosses, alternating 2-player mode, AES and MVS versions. Basically, the difference between them is memory card backup type support, kind of irrelevant. Let's see here. So 2-player mode, which I'm like, I don't know what to make of, but apparently it says here that full simultaneous co-op is not included in this beta. It is still planned for the final game and remains one of the major features left to complete. I can't imagine how that's gonna like work. It doesn't matter to me. I'm probably not ever gonna play it that way. If it works well, that's cool. If it's kind of busted, then whatever. Who cares? It's not a blight on the game. I'm just like, I'm impressed, I guess, with the audacity of even trying to do it. Because it's not, from a technical standpoint, maybe it's whatever, but like from a design standpoint, it does not seem like a trivial thing to just slap onto the game. But we'll see how it works out. Yeah, there's talks there about README for setting up memory cards, BIOS stuff, whatever. But I think we can just jump into it. Should be fine. Talks about the next phase of development, of final compatibility, testing, optimization, polish, bug fix, blah blah blah. What is still missing? Following elements are not yet complete: the final levels, the final boss, simultaneous co-op, the complete ending and outro, the attract mode gameplay demo, as you can see, like it just skips it immediately. Some menus, loading screens, the complete end-of-level presentation, some transitions and presentation elements, final balancing, final performance optimization, final real hardware testing, and fixes. Some screens may still use temporary or simplified presentation, and bugs or graphical glitches may occur. All these areas will continue to be improved before the final release. So, yeah, basically it's, with the exception of like the final level / final boss, it's all in there. And it lists all these things that they would like feedback on, but I'll be commenting on everything as usual. And I already emailed them to let them know I'm streaming this, so I don't know if they're going to be watching live, but they will have the link to check out the VOD at least. Have I played Tomarunner? Yes. I'm trying to think. I guess you would be interested to know that there's a crossover game between Tomarunner and L'Arc-en-Ciel, which is, I guess it's kind of what it sounds like. You could play as like the members of the band. I think that's the one I first got, and I think I played it and was like, man, I should get the original game, and I think I then got the original, but I actually don't even recall because it's been a number of years. But those games are sick. And definitely worth checking out. There's like a couple of them. They come recommended for sure. Okay, so with that documentation taken care of, let's do one last thing here and set up the controls. So this is a 4-button game, but button 3 and 4 are kind of, they're for magic and for mines, which is like a kind of a weird mechanic. That's a holdover from the original game.
Shadow Gangs 0.
So this game is like a sequel, but also kind of a prequel, and also kind of a remake. It's a little unclear, but also it doesn't matter. You know, it's like once again he stands up, but is once again referring to the first game, or who knows? Like, it has a lot of the same bosses, it has a lot of the same stages, like thematically, conceptually, but they're all like different. The title sort of implies that it's like a prequel, but maybe it's more referring to the fact that it's on old hardware, so it's like old Origins, past 0, whatever. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. The game's sick. I will try not to go super in depth about this, but I will mention that I kind of absolutely hate the Japanese title. Obviously, it's got the whole ninja thing. It's obviously reverent of like Japanese games. I think this game, I said this about the original game, rather. It's obviously based on Shinobi, but to me, it has this kind of Data East quality to it. And I said at the time that I think of Data East as like the canon films of video games, where they were capable of excellence, but a lot of the time it was like pretty schlocky. It was pretty, in some cases, derivative, or just like following trends, or like this. There's like a ninja craze, or there's a breakdancing craze, or there whatever. Let's fucking, you know, make money off of this. Let's put out some increasingly insane Death Wish sequels, whatever it is. And Data East, I think, just has a little bit of that quality to it. What's up, Val and Raiders? Welcome. You're just in time to catch the first impression of the newest demo of Shadow Gangs 0. Is it possible to get a really quick rundown on what a shinobi-like features? That's a great question. I will absolutely get to that as soon as I finish what I was... As soon as I finish trying to remember what it is I was trying to say. Oh yeah, the title logo. So having the Japanese influence makes perfect sense. But I'm sorry to say that Kage no Gyangu is a terrible translation of Shadow Gangs. It's, in essence, a correct translation. In terms of meaning, sort of, but the problem isn't that it's grammatically or linguistically incorrect.
Shadow Gangs
It's
0.
stylistically totally wrong, because first of all, if this had been a Japanese video game release back in the day, or I mean, or now for that matter, like, you wouldn't translate it that way. You wouldn't literally translate half of the title. Like, the title's 2 words, and then you like translate one of them. But also, like, Kage no Gyangu, like the no indicating possessive, is like grammatically very clumsy. In a way that makes it sound more like Gang of Shadow or something. So right off the bat, that, like, the balance and flow of, like, just on an aesthetic level of how the title is read feels really weird.
Shadow Gangs 0.
But also, Yangu, I think, is... It's not how I would... It's not the word I would use to translate gangs. Not in that, like... Again, stylistically it feels wrong, because the way the word gang is used in English in this context, I think, is, again, not incorrect to translate it literally, or, you know, use the English word in Japanese. But I think the whole, like, shadow gangs indicates, like, a degree of mystery and sort of something that makes the word gangs... The conjunction of shadow and gangs, like, create a vibe of mystery that doesn't come across in
Shadow Gangs
kind of
0.
transliterating it that way into Japanese. And then you have the addition of 0 being written as 0, which I think is fine. But in combination with, like, the individual choices of how to translate or stylize the word shadow, gangs, and 0 are all in combination, like, really strange. Like, it adds up in a very strange thing. Like, and I think ultimately what gives it a weird flavor to me is just knowing that if I look at this and go, wow, that's a weird localization, that's a weird translation of the title, then anyone who is a native speaker of Japanese, or, like, comes from that part of the world, or have, like, that, they would feel like the translated, localized Japanese title is more foreign than the English one, because it's,
Shadow
like,
Gangs 0.
not correctly translated. Not correctly in the sense of, not literally, but, like, again, aesthetically, stylistically, it doesn't match how... Like, first of all, English titles were never uncommon for Japanese games, but if you were to give it a Japanese title, there was no point in time in which that is how you would stylistically write it out. I cannot resist Unhinged, but I'm sure I gave an even longer spiel about this last time, but we'll leave it there. It's just, it gives to me, and to anyone I think who actually speaks Japanese, it makes a poor first impression, and I think that's unfortunate and unnecessary. I don't think it's going to harm the game in the long run, but I wish, for all the level of detail and the reverence, like, there's so much shit that's incredibly absurdly polished and well made in these games. It just stands out like a sore thumb that,
Shadow Gangs 0.
to me, it comes across as not having done sufficient research into naming conventions of Japanese video games. Alright. Okay, this is a little different. We put the coin in, we get a timer, and we start here. Okay, so there's a second character
Damn, Monica.
that were not playable last time, so why don't we check out Monica? No difficulty option in this version? So what's a shinobi-like? This game, like its predecessor, is very much based on the original arcade Shinobi, in which you have to rescue hostages before we're allowed to reach the level. But more specifically, like, you can walk left and right. There's a degree of jumping and platforming, but it's kind of more... We're rescuing the hostages here. Like, I can't run. I can't move super swiftly. I don't have limited ammunition in this game. That's a factor in some of these kinds of games. But I have to be kind of deliberate with my timing and placement of attacks and traversal. It's like kind of an evolution of Spartan X or Kung Fu in a way. I'm waiting for it to throw so we can't block. And it's kind of pacing. But obviously we have the projectile attacks. So the multi-lane or like ability to jump into the background or up higher floors depending on the stage, that's something that Shinobi kind of lifted from Rolling Thunder, where you can hold up and jump to like jump up ledges, kind of like this. It's the same in like Sunset Riders. In Shinobi, like depending on the level, sometimes you jump up the floor, sometimes you jump into the background. I'm running out of time, apparently. Oh yeah, that refilled my timer. Okay. So the hostages is specifically a mechanic in the original arcade Shinobi. Yeah, so you can eventually penetrate a block like that. The dollar sign may be what lets us do the bonus stage after, I'm not sure. So here, for example, like in Rolling Thunder and Shinobi, like you don't have a life bar. So this is kind of like making it a little more lenient. But you could, typically in those games, bump into enemies without taking damage. Like, there's no contact damage. So the strategy revolves a lot around routing and figuring out the best way to take out enemies when you don't have kind of unlimited
Bonus stage.
offensive capabilities.
Get ready.
Yep, so we got the bonus stage here. Gotta hit these guys before they leave the screen. They can block. So relying on the projectile attack is dicey. I didn't get close enough to attack him. Yeah, it's a little visually confusing. The same bonus stage is in the original game too. Aspect City 2, Break Their Lines. I barely had time to read that, but it's cool that the stages have names. That guy has like a little bit of extra... Oh! Give me that time to throw it. Knockback, like when you hit him the first time, you can't just immediately... There's like a delay before you can land a second hit. Oh boy. So yeah, they throw these blades and you can... if you kill the guy before it starts turning around, then it'll just keep going straight. But if it starts turning around, keep going. Yeah, the combat feels super good. Yeah, Father X, I think as far as my like 5 brain cell suggestion previously was something like Kagesoshiki or something. Or just call it Shadow Gyangu, of course, and then just use the Rei kanji for 0 to give it the Japanese flavor. Like, I feel like there's so many different ways they could have done it that would have felt more authentic than what they went with. Anyway, I'm LEDs, but they're a little tricky. Oh, that's kind of cool. Uppercut attack. Not sure what triggered that. A little slow down there, but that's pretty satisfying. You know, I still haven't really properly played Arcade Shadow Dancer. I still need to play that at some point, but I really like the Mega Drive Shadow Dancer. And in a way, this is like... I guess it's not fair to say that it's more like that game than it is the original Shinobi, but... So here, situations like that, like you might have to bump, because you can't hit the guys on the ground if you can't hit them from below. So you'd have to like navigate their bullets to get close enough to bump into them to like stand them up. Like that's a thing that happens in the original games. I forget Bituichi where the developer is based. I think it's like either South America or Spain, or like I think it's like a Spanish-speaking country, but I could be mistaken. And it's like mostly, like the original game at least was mostly a solo effort. I think for this one, they're commissioning a bunch of different artists to do the pixel art and music and stuff. Sky maybe, greetings. Yeah, I think the hit stop's different. That was when I booted this up earlier this morning, just to make sure it ran and everything, and I played it for 2 seconds.
Get ready.
2 seconds, and I felt the same thing, and then we just played the old demo before this, and I already got like a little confused and don't remember. But I think it's probably a little bit tweaked, because I think, like, I remember thinking it felt a little extreme. But I kind of got used to it. But here, like, it all feels like, I think it's a combination, right? If there's hit stop, but also the enemies, when you hit them, they like they stagger for like a really long time. All right, yeah, this is visually a little unclear, but yeah, and this is kind of weird too. You don't do the up jump. Like, these platforms are all like on the same plane. Whereas normally, if you have to like jump, if you have to do an up jump to reach the upper level or the background layer, then you can't hit enemies by like double jumping and shooting. Like, you can't reach that layer. Oh, okay. Mine. Like here, you see, I can't shoot those guys without jumping up. But that Ferris wheel, it's all on the same level. I think that's a little bit weird, because, I mean, yes, it's low enough that you can't double jump up on it, but there are definitely places, I mean, not here, but there are places where the upper floor physically is, like, close enough that you can double jump to get high enough on screen, but it still won't let you double jump to it, because it's, like, on a different layer. Sometimes that's a little ambiguous. Stuff like this too, where like a lot of these ruins, like the artwork's amazing, but it's not always clear where a platform is and where you can stand, which I think can be a little iffy. You can learn it, it's not a huge deal, but it can be frustrating when you make a mistake because of it. First boss. But, oh yeah, we fight like the Ed 209 or something here, right? I'm sure these are like Kickstarter backers and stuff, which I'm not a big fan of, but it is what it is. That's the thing, like this game and the original, they have a lot of boss fights and they're quite good, which is maybe not as true of the original Arcade Shinobi, but also this style of game in general. The way he shoots flames looks a little funny, but like as a projectile, they look a little weird. Pretty satisfying, but yeah, the controls are really tight. Feels really good to control. Okay, so we kill the boss, then we are allowed to / have to leave. Stays in the place. House back. But... okay, that's really confusing. Because I thought I was supposed to jump up, and that didn't work. And pressing up didn't work. And walking to the right didn't work until I realized, oh, I have to go like 5 more pixels to the right. I don't know why there's an up arrow when the trigger is to the right.
Bonus stage.
Alright, so this bonus stage is also in the original. But I remember the... Yeah, in the previous demo, there was the huge hit stop. Felt really weird. Felt like there kind of shouldn't be. For something like this, I feel like there kind of shouldn't be hit stop. Alright, so these guys on the bottom are kind of whatever now. No, no, no! Oh, no, no, I didn't miss him. Okay. That's the thing, like on each floor, on each conveyor belt, there's like one token that you make drop down by letting it go to the end of the conveyor belt and fall off of it. Inside building, raid their base.
Get ready.
So in the original game, I want to say that each level has like 2 halves, but here there's just more parts. I've got a fucking Michael Jackson painting for no reason. Ah, that's interesting. I was in range to do the melee attack, but it's like whiffed. Oh, okay. Well, you have to reload. I mistimed the jump, but luckily. So an interesting factor too. Oh, I still managed to hit him. I'm collecting these things that I'm never using. But I'm still stockpiling them, so... Oh yeah, the lizard man, I forgot. Yeah, it's just a video game. We got lizard man. When you get like the double hit stop for hitting multiple enemies, that's pretty good. But yeah, I was going to say, one interesting component to the combat design is that enemies will act as physical barriers for one another. So when you have enemies that can block, they will prevent you from shooting anything behind it. And in fact, even if they don't block, the projectile that hits an enemy will be consumed by that enemy. So enemies can literally like protect each other in a pretty interesting way. And again, when you have the ninja transformation, your gun is more powerful. Didn't realize the guy was up there. So you can kind of shoot your way through their guard. I remember there's a boss at the end of this section, but I don't remember if there's like a checkpoint. In the original game, you have to like collect checkpoints like items. But that's not a thing here. But I vaguely recall that there aren't checkpoints. But the boss might be its own. Well, we'll see. It's good enough. Yeah, I like the music a lot. I vaguely recall the music being pretty good in the original as well, but obviously it has a little bit of a different soundscape here with the Neo-Geo hardware. There was one early like prototype proof of concept thing for the Mega Drive early on. And the music sounded really good in that one too. Obviously that's going to be a little toned down compared to this in terms of visual spectacle and fidelity and everything, but very excited. Like that's the thing too about its sort of pace and scale and scope as an arcade game versus console game. The difficulty curve and escalation and everything here feels a little bit off as an arcade game, but you know, most people who are buying the Neo-Geo version, even if they're buying it as an MVS card, like they're playing it in their home probably anyway, so right, I do remember this computer terminal thing. The double jump is a little funky, but don't like that the bullets collide with the edge of the screen behind the boss. It looks really weird. I think they should just go off screen. I guess it only, if I shoot twice, the other bullet goes through it anyway. I remember there being weird, awkward second phase. Bullet patterns seem a little random. Not sure if you can... See, the bullets are not the same speed either. So it feels like you can kind of get trapped by the bullets. You get stunned. I see. Okay, when the computer box jumps, or the fuck this is meant to be, it staggers and stuns you. But yeah, at least on this difficulty, you can just kind of tank it. In the first demo, there was a difficulty option. And on the higher difficulty, you have much less health. So that would definitely make that boss a little different. Again, I have 7 magics. Bridge 1. Okay, so that was like the first... the word? Biome? I was going to say phenome. That's not the right word. But I don't mind, like, I know that the original game had, like, multiple difficulty levels, and on the highest difficulty level, you, it's like the original Shinobi, there's no health bar, you just die in one hit. And there was, like, I want to say that there is, or there was at least a point where there were, like, 2 people on the Steam leaderboard for that, like, there were, like, only 3 people who had completed the game on that difficulty. I mean, I never did. So I think in order to be a little more palatable to a larger audience, they've generally tweaked the difficulty of this one to be less punishing. Which I think is probably fair. Like I said, I mean, I didn't really engage with it on that level anyway. I could have gotten to it, but I think in the original game especially, because the levels are so long, even with checkpoints, like, it just... It didn't really feel necessarily like it was fully balanced around it. Whereas the levels here are still not super short. For, like, you know, if you imagine just going through them without getting hit. But they're not, you know... They don't feel long, for that matter. Like, in general, I think the level design is tighter in this game for sure, because it also... Some of the levels in the original are a lot more sprawling. Many of them have vertical scrolling, but they also... See, that was pretty short. But they also, like, the paths that you traverse are a little more winding. These levels are more linear, but sometimes that linear path goes up and down and around, but it's not like you can drop down really far or whatever.
Get ready.
I mentioned this when we played the last demo too, but I like the it looks a little weird. I didn't get the jump out. The water surface being like fully flat, and these platforms also being completely flat like this. When most, yeah, see, I couldn't hit the thief because of these other guys. Okay. Like when most of the other platforms have like perspective, feels a little weird. But especially on the previous stage when you have this, at least it's consistent here. Even if it kind of doesn't match the perspective of the background. But yeah, you can see here, the platform that we're climbing up on here, like there's perspective on the ground, but it just doesn't match between the water. Like, I think that looks strange. They're cool. Overall, I think the characters look pretty good. I think there's some things about this... what was her name? Monica that we're playing. I think her hair looks pretty weird. I think it's still cool. Like, it was... I think it was like a stretch goal or something to add a second character. Or something they kind of... fuck it, let's do this. It's a cool addition. Like, they could very easily have had... Even with a 2-player mode, they could have just had a recolored version of the main character. So it's like a cool extra effort. I don't find her design. Got the fake Spider-Man enemy, by the way, from the first game. Those are complete. Like, a lot of the enemies have, like, very direct analogs to enemies from Shinobi or Shadow Dancer. The enemy design is great, though, in general. Like, in terms of how they play, like, there's... Yeah, these guys are also, like, straight out of the original Shinobi. But the enemy behaviors and patterns are like relatively simple, but they create a really rich tapestry when you combine them, especially with the geography of the level that you have to traverse with like the height differences and everything. All in.
Get ready.
Oh, that's right. Gotta remember how to fight this guy. So this guy is in the original game, but he's a little bit different here. Not that different. I guess it's just the physics and the feel of the game is a little different. When he does the hover shot, you want to go below him like that because he'll just drop down. I guess the orb isn't really harming us much. Being very aggressive because I'm trying to land melee hits, but probably don't really need to. There's a kind of a bad spot. Guess we can do this. Show this off. Dude, that fucking almost killed me. It shouldn't have done the magic. I thought it would kill him because he had like 1 HP left, but I hit him 3 times with the magic and he still survived. But yeah, you have magic just like in Shinobi. The magic is called kanji for some reason. I don't know why it's called that. It makes no real sense, but timing and dodging his running attack can be a little weird. Vulnerability windows can also be a little ambiguous. Especially with regards to his orb attack. Oh. You do get sort of staggered in place for a bit when you do your attacks. Time to jump. Yeah, the orbs. Oh, dude, that's the biggest thing. The orbs aren't vulnerable until they're in position. I was looking over chat. Trying to melee him. Shouldn't have tried to do it. Like, he can outrange you in front, I guess, which makes sense. Oh. I actually need to get hit by it. Yeah, you want to have a little space. Deal with the orbs. Ideally, or just fuck it. At least I landed a hit. Whoa, that was almost a bad jump. Ah! I thought I could jump out. I should have just attacked when I landed. Kind of a tricky boss, but it's really fun.
Get ready.
Every single time I'm like, oh, I can look at chat for a second, and then no. Like, I didn't look at chat long enough to see what anyone wrote, but I did look long enough to get hit. So that's like the worst of both worlds here. Oh. Invincibility window is really long, but you know, all of his attacks are perfectly dodgeable. So you just gotta be... Oh, that was a bad attack. But he gets delayed like a little bit by being hit. Not a lot. That's... Whoa, I did not realize he would get hit there. Yeah, just jumping over him so that he changes direction in the corner seems to be the way to go. Can work out that way too. God, oh, okay, I did hit him. Whoa, that was really close. Alright, okay. I think we got it figured out. Alright, that should have taken significantly fewer attempts, but very satisfying still. Let's go! Yeah, I think that overall, like, the backgrounds are, no. It's not your fault. I got a 1-up. I just chose poorly my timing for trying to read chat. So you can kind of have these guys run across the screen a little bit to bring the thing closer to where it's supposed to go. But they will drop it kind of backwards, typically. I missed that guy, so we lost 1 bonus. But now we don't have to worry about the upper floor. I don't think it's like a super duper well-designed bonus stage, but I don't hate it. Oh, don't... Like the pacing and momentum of it can get a little weird. So you're like sort of waiting. But yeah, I think the environments look amazing for the most part. I think some of the characters look pretty great. Some of them look a little iffy, but overall, like they look good. Airport 1.
Get ready.
Liberate the airport. But there's like some detail. Like I think probably Monica, like she's probably kind of one of the weaker looking characters overall. Like there is quite a bit of sort of floating and shimmering pixels. Like I said, her hair, like the sort of the shapes and volumes of her hair are quite weird. It's fine, I don't mind it. But it doesn't, like the level of craft, technical quality is not as high as a lot of the other stuff. I'm trying to remember if this level was in the other version. Alright, new enemy type. Alright. These guys from the original game. These guys are also pretty much straight 1-to-1 with enemies from Shadow Dancer. Like they look extremely similar to the ones in MD Shadow Dancer. So they come in different colors, and each color version has like a different pattern. There's like green, blue, red, and black, I think. These foreground elements often look like something rushing up towards you, and scares me. Yeah, so here again, like we get this kind of sort of ambiguous depth and height of platforms. Reverse smoke animation when they die looks really strange.
Be safe.
I wouldn't expect the art to change much between now and release. Well, with the exception of the art that's yet to be added for the... I didn't mean to jump. Cutscene stuff, of course, but... like character sprites. Like, overall, I just think... the way her hair is drawn is not done very well. And there's some other bits of... not quite pillow shading, but something approaching it.
Be safe.
But overall, like... I don't mind there being, like, a slight amateurish vibe to certain elements here and there. Like, overall, the visual impression of the experience, I think, is very positive. It has a good look and feel to it. And it feels, you know, the gameplay feels really good.
Bonus stage.
I collected the bonus stage.
Get ready.
You can get life extends from score, so, like, that's important. The flow of these stages can still be a bit... Oh my god, I missed him! I think this is quicker. Like, I want to say that in the original game, this bonus stage, and possibly in the previous demo, just drags on for a long time. So I think they probably reduced the number of dudes you gotta hit. Feels like they did anyway, which is good, because you don't want these things to be too much of a thing to just... I mean, especially if they happen, like, after almost every level, it becomes quite tedious when just, like, proportionately so much time is spent in bonus levels. But it seems pretty good here. I feel like instinctively, without measuring or comparing, it feels like it's an improvement. But that could be... I might have made that up. Oh, that's right, I keep trying to double jump, but you can't double jump without the ninja transformation. I mean, bear in mind also that I am an artist and a pixel artist, so of course I will be very opinionated on things where I think I guess I'm hesitant to say things where I feel I could have done a better job, but I have a critical eye the way I would my own work and look at things. Like, the process of becoming a more skilled artist, you know, is kind of a process of learning to identify things that can be improved. And that ability, you know, it's kind of the same whether it's my own work or someone else's. Oh, okay, camera behavior was strange there. But the camera has these, like, you have the general behavior of the camera following you and everything, but there's also these kind of scripted, like, the camera is on whatever floor you're supposed to go on, whatever. So that camera trigger right there was just a little strange. I see, okay. I didn't realize that that's what it was showing. I guess it was trying to tell me that I was supposed to jump over to this, which I didn't really even identify as a platform. So again, there's some ambiguity in those kinds of things in this game. But it doesn't typically cause much problems.
Be safe.
But again, the process of kind of evolving and improving as an artist is a lot about improving and evolving that ability to assess and identify issues. So there's going to be things that you can identify, and there's going to be things that you cannot, based on your, you know, kind of current level. So I guess, to me, as an artist and as someone who wants to develop those abilities, I'm kind of eager to act on them or to kind of point out things. Because there are things
Get ready.
that I would be able to identify, and there are things that I would not. But by kind of exercising that muscle, by practicing sort of identifying issues, or whatever you want to call it, I feel like that's a way to broaden the scope of the types of issues I would be able to identify and thus improve in my own work. I think that's kind of what it comes down to. And yeah, animation, you know, in particular is an area I'm quite interested in. The upgrade. One of many areas that I will, you know, I guess I cannot help but you know, react to. Kind of cool, like the scale of this is kind of, I mean, it's probably not unrealistic, but it seems unusual to see it like this, these giant airplane propellers, so it's pretty cool. I do think like a big improvement in terms of the sense of location and general kind of feel of the levels in this compared to the original is that there is a lot more, like I said, the traversal through levels is more linear in this game, which I think is an improvement. Like you have more of these authored, bespoke kind of gauntlets. This enemy now. They look pretty sick. And there's no like sort of confusion about getting lost or where to go, which can be a little bit of a problem in the first game. But also, you have a lot more of these like slopes and irregular shapes and paths. Hostages are left behind. Like the original game had much more, like it had levels that were more kind of vertical in terms of the space you could move around in, arguably. But everything was more angular, and you had these like underground little tunnels. Like it just felt a lot more like level editor built sections using the tile set, whatever. Here, all the graphics are way more organic and unique, which does a lot to make the levels feel more interesting to traverse.
Get ready.
What did it say? Break the experiment? I barely have time to read. Like the stage intro screens, the pacing of them seems a little off. Like every single fucking enemy is so fun to fight. Like the patterns are very clear. Like that's something I really like about this style of game. Is like there's challenge and ambiguity to situations. It's not always inherently immediately obvious how to complete a challenge, but you can kind of see the building blocks. Like it's not confusing in that you have no idea what you're dealing with. I mean, I could walk up on that. See that? I couldn't shoot the Spider-Man because of that guy. Huh. There's still a little bit of like, I would have had to have gone up there to find the hostage. I think it's slow bike, so difficult to jump over. So you could have missed the hostages, but it's less likely than it would have been in the original game. Yeah, the thieves are a really fun, interesting addition too. Like again, every single enemy type, for the most part, has an extremely basic pattern and behavior, but that makes them fun to deal with because you can very quickly surmise like what fighting them is going to be like, but there can still be a significant challenge in executing it. I have to just go near him to make him walk away. Nope. Oh, there we go, eventually. Like Big Daddy or whatever his name is. It's got a silly name like that. You fight him in like the forest in the first game. Yeah, the reverse smoke pop animation on the ninja death looks really strange. I don't know why it's not just a smoke puff. Like, why would the smoke go backwards? Yeah, but this is similar. Like, you fight is maybe not the right word, but you encounter this guy in this sort of pseudo boss encounter. I was gonna say, why would there be a health right before the end of the level? This is why. Big, like, Ninja Warriors and Thunder Fox vibes. Okay, I don't know how to... I'm assuming... Can I stand on it? Like... I don't know what I'm hitting to deal damage. I think I'm hitting the dude. This was definitely not in the last demo. I think this entire chapter wasn't, but I couldn't remember if it was. He kind of has to be on screen for me to hit him. I cannot stand on the tank, okay. That's really kind of fucked up. Like, once he backs away, just the way the scrolling works, it's like kind of tricky. Well, I guess I did a far better job of it this time than the first loop. Yeah, as far as the perspective, like, almost the entire game is like this, right? Like, it's consistent, but the water and some of the crates in the water not being like this really stands out because of it. Right as I jumped, I was like, wait, I'm gonna jump into his bullet, aren't I? And of course. So the hostages again, they don't respawn. The big guys don't respawn. Oh, okay, he does. Yeah, I still haven't really figured out the motorcycle guys. Did she just say kanji? I don't think she said henshin. But yeah, so getting to the boss is less troublesome. And then you get the health refill. Although, of course, I don't actually have to trigger it and grab it immediately. This phase is a little tedious on repeated play, I think. But it's cool. I like that there's some stakes. Like, I'm sure some levels can get really tedious to replay if you're done on the boss. I think this, like, the fact that this is sort of timed so that you can't really do this section faster. I'm not in love with. But it's not a huge deal. So whenever I'm facing right, like, the camera is gonna go over there, making it a little harder. Okay, I guess I was afraid that that might disappear if I didn't. Yeah, the fact that he has to be, like, his arm was on screen. He wasn't completely off screen, and I still couldn't hit him. Like, that feels a bit fucked. I wonder if the mines are good here. I feel like I gotta kill him before we get to the end. Like, before we start scrolling to the right again. I won't be able to get through that. There we go. Got him. Oh, that's pretty sick animation of him falling out of the tank. I don't love how you defeat the boss and then you still have to, like, walk over to the exit trigger. Would feel a lot more satisfying if it just ended when you kill the boss. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the environment art in this game. It looks really nice.
Bonus stage. Get ready.
Okay, so we got ninjas of different colors now. I don't know what that indicates. Oh my god, he ran the other way. Maybe that's the difference. Oh. That can be really annoying. You shoot a guy and he drops it and it goes really far to the right. Okay. Fuck that up, but that's okay. I like that she has, like, pink nail polish. That's a nice touch. Bunker 1. Okay, so this is supposed to have a different artwork, I'm guessing. Or in like a different chapter. I love that there's just fucking crocodile men in a trench coat. Like, I love the unapologetic, fuck it, it's a video game, let's put cool shit in this game aspect. So that's a great example, by the way, of this, the guard. We got fucking Gatos. New. Like, these guys, when they're hiding behind the guards, shooting, and you can't shoot them because the guards will be blocking. That's just like interesting, fun combat design. Yeah, walking around like those blue ninjas is just really fun in Shadow Dancer, and it's really fun in this game too. Yeah, pretty big range on your melee attacks in ninja mode, but you still have to be mindful of whether it's gonna come out. Feels a little weird that you can stockpile like double-digit amounts of magic and mines. Magic especially, like just compared to how it functions and the way it works in the Shinobi games. Oh, okay. I thought up meant I was supposed to go up. So I was just going to the right to dodge that guy to kill him before going up, but okay. So you see here, I get magic bonus and mine bonus for not having used magic. It's not because I have it in my inventory, but because I cleared the level without using magic or without using a mine. Oh, new enemy. Oh, I remember these guys. That's a really good animation of this. That. Do that.
Be safe.
Now we have to drop down here. Oh my god, this guy's buff. I like that you still also have a combination of enemies that die in one hit and enemies that take multiple hits. Again, like the whole like puzzle of different enemy types combining in interesting combinations to create like unique scenarios is like just something I really enjoy in general, but I think it's quite well oh my god, I thought the guy was dead. Quite well executed in these games. Guy's not gonna change players. Which reminds me of the late level in the first game that also have you jump between floors like this. You're also fighting these like kendo samurai dudes. Curious if we're gonna see those in here too. There's a couple of enemy types from the original game that we haven't seen. Those are one of them. Like the soldiers are in the original game, but they're a little different, I think. There's like a female ninja enemy that's like pretty reminiscent of the ones in Bad Dudes that we haven't seen. Oh. Floor back there. Might be hostages down there, I guess. I wasn't sure if they'd be visible or not. Like, I wasn't sure how far down the camera. I like that I can just melee through the wall. But I guess if they were standing there, we would see them. There's only one left. Friendly neighborhood raid on. Mr. Raiding the channel. Greetings, welcome. If you were having a good time with Kirby or Dragon Slayer or whatever was happening over there, we're doing some high tension ninja action. And this game's very good.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Lygon Breloom being bestowed gifted membership in the Skull Club. Thank you for that, Razor, and welcome, Flygon. What's up, Juno, Bevork, Salithar, Raidon, everyone else, welcome, welcome. This game is pretty sick. Like, the original game, I think, is awesome, and I just mentioned, I think there's like 3 people who have like the achievement for clearing the original game on the hard mode where you die in one hit. So I think that's a pretty legit like arcade type challenge for those so inclined. I guess we're not leaving there. Okay, just checking. But yeah, like I gave a whole spiel at the beginning of the stream about how this style of action game, like, for all intents and purposes, stopped being made in like 1991. Not only are there not a lot of like modern indie versions of it, but like there aren't a lot of 16-bit console versions, or much less like PS1, PS2. It just kind of disappeared. Yeah, Bork, exactly. Shinobi-likes. I mean, this extremely obviously is riffing very specifically on Shinobi in a lot of ways, with the hostage mechanics and the power-up and the ninja magic. But it's got a lot of, like, I feel like this game is, to me, maybe it's because it's the game I'm more familiar with, but it's pretty reminiscent of Mega Drive Shadow Dancer. But I think it's got a lot of its own ideas too. I like these guys, they're literally right out of Shadow Dancer. But some of the enemy types are pretty its own thing. Or at least stuff I don't immediately recognize. But the boss fights are all like pretty well designed and pretty fun too. The original Shadow Gangs is on Steam. I would highly recommend anyone vaguely intrigued by this to check it out, because it's very similar. But this does feel like improved and refined. Gotta be Brazilian dev. I forget exactly. I think they very well might be. But I forget if they're certainly not Japanese, and they're not American.
Let me cheers.
Thank you very much for those. Whoa, megabits. But I forget if they're Brazilian or Spanish or Portuguese or whatever. Like, but yeah, sure, Brazilians. That's an interesting design there. Would be a... Ah, I didn't realize that would happen. Good bet. So the version we're playing here is a beta demo build released to Kickstarter backers. This game, we're playing the Neo-Geo version, but it will also be coming out on Mega Drive, which, unsurprisingly, perhaps is the version I back. I'm excited for. It won't, you know, be completely fully fleshed out like this, but if it's, you know, if it plays as well as this, which I have no real reason to doubt, I think it's gonna be a legit contender for like easy sort of top tier modern Mega Drive game, which has me very excited. Like there's gonna be simplification and reductions in the complexity of like the level art, I'm sure. Some of this other stuff, but I'm excited to see how that version comes out. So I don't remember specifically what kind of versions have been offered, but I would have to imagine that you will probably be able to buy this on Steam and have like a bundled emulator wrapper of some sort, but I can't like promise anything specifically. Yeah, but like clearly the guy, like the original game was mostly a solo project, as I understand it. This is more of a team effort, at least with like artists and whatnot. But like, yeah, first of all, making a game like this, like you're not a normal person if you're making a game like this. Elgato, such a fun addition. But again, so the first game was on Steam, and came out like on Switch and stuff. And there was like a Kickstarter to port that to Neo-Geo, which, you know, again, not something normal people would do. To be clear, that's not an insult. So like, clearly the guy has like a passion for a certain style and era of video games. And that's partially reflected in like hey, I would like to make a Neo-Geo version of this. Hey, I would like to make a Dreamcast version. Hey, I would like to make a Mega Drive version. Like, that's not fueled by, you know, cynical return on investment type calculation, you know. So it would make sense that someone who wants to do that kind of thing also wants to. Yeah. So I've learned now that up arrow means go right. That they would want to like have each version of the game do like make good use of its respective platform or whatever. I think the United Kingdom location is, I mean, I guess I don't know specifically, but I think that's, I don't think the guy is from there. I think it's maybe the, like, because the publisher or like the, with Kickstarter in particular, there's like a lot of regional weirdnesses in some cases with like where the campaign runner is based. So it might well be that it's like for technical or legal or financial or other reasons it's not viable to run a Kickstarter campaign from certain countries. So you rely on like an outside partner located somewhere else. I don't know for a fact that that's the case in this campaign, but I think it might be. It wouldn't surprise me. I would expect that to be the case. Interesting. So you get a little more guidance here. I did play Blazing Chrome. I don't remember if it was brand new, but it was like the first thing I played when I got Game Pass in like 2020. I remember mostly liking it, but I don't have a lot of very specific or in-depth recollections of it. Hitbox on the jumping slash is a lot smaller than the standing slashes. Shadow Dev. I want to say that there's at least, like, there's enough indication in some of the writing but I got the impression that they are not a native English speaker, at least. But, you know, it doesn't matter. I mean, like I said, I think it's just... it's interesting, the kind of amalgamation of specific influences, and... I mean, not that it's like an extremely broad range, but... I can relate a lot to the kinds of things that they've chosen to include and how things look. Even if it's not, like, 100%, oh, this is what I would have included or whatever. Like, it's not one-to-one with my sensibilities, literally, as a creator. But I like it, and it's like, it has a... I'm not sure if it's right to call it an idiosyncrasy, but, like, in the general sense... the style of the character design and the vibe of the aesthetics and everything, like, it's very much on my wavelength. Yeah, this structure being like on this floor and there's just empty space around it makes no sense, but that's fine. I feel like this is like the 5th layer of building we've entered inside this gigantic complex. Daddy and his twisted science. Oh, okay. Yeah, the transition here seemed a bit... okay, whatever. Is he gonna... bumped, I guess. Oh, I didn't actually have to jump. Yeah, it's a building factory. Oh, I should crouch that, I guess. We have these mines that you can place. Very peculiar mechanic. It feels kind of out of place. You can magic as well. Seems pretty easy. Like, the difficulty balancing on the bosses seems a bit... well, I guess he might have a second phase. I can't remember if he does in the original game. The way her hair flutters when she fires her gun repeatedly looks really messed up. Oh, the hitbox behind you with the sword, that's very satisfying. Yeah, I don't actually have to turn around. Okay, cutscene. Are we done? I figure not. Yep, there we go. I vaguely recall something like this last time we played the original. Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, I was trying to get him in the corner. Whoa. Yeah, the bosses are like legit really fun to fight. Need more beautiful Kunoichi games? Well, I won't argue with that. I am surprised, although there's probably still plenty of game left to go.
Get ready.
But like I said, there's a female ninja enemy in the original game who looks a lot like the one from Dragon Ninja, aka Bad Dudes. And I feel like she's like, unsurprisingly, kind of one of the more popular character designs from that game, if that's something you could even say. So I'd be surprised if she doesn't show up here. But I think she only shows up in kind of the back half of the original game. And given that this... I think this demo, it said, what, 39 levels? We might be around the halfway point. Like, this is a pretty long game. Tiger Skydown with the stalker research. He is British. Maybe he's non-British descent. Maybe he's fully Anglo-Saxon. Who knows? Game's cool anyway. That's what matters. Oh my god! I just realized I can't double jump in human form. I like this full-on fucking Hobbit house here. Like, there's a forest in the original game. It's a little more generic. Oh, don't get me wrong. I find it should come as no surprise to anyone regular here that I find kind of cultural and historical and any other context for how a game comes about to be very interesting. I just found it funny to like having comment on like, oh yeah, this guy's weirdly mysterious, and then like, all right, chief, here's the report. I don't have a problem with it. I just thought it's funny. Well, there you go. There she is. Got those like fans that you can throw as projectiles. Strategic bumping is a key ability. But yeah, overall, like for sure, like I think I like the original game a lot. So I was really, I don't know, it's, when I first saw footage, or maybe it was from playing that super early first proof of concept demo thing of the Mega Drive 1. Hard to put my finger on it exactly why. Maybe it's because I felt like the original game was also, to a degree, a little bit of a fluke. But I just didn't have, like, extreme faith that this would be good. Or at least I didn't, you know, I guess not wanting to take anything for granted either. But then when I played the last demo, I was like, holy shit, this is better than the original. Especially when on the stream when I played the previous demo of this, we did go back. Like, I played the demo, it was shorter than this, a lot shorter. So after finishing it, I was just like really jonesing for more. So it's like, fuck it, let's play the original. And that was the first time playing it in a long time. So, you know, playing the demo of this one, it's kind of like, oh yeah, this is just like how I remember the original. And then going back to the original from it, it's like, wow, okay, actually, Zero has pretty refined. Like, I would say the level design is much better in this game. And that's like the most notable difference, like conceptually, in how the game plays. I was worried that it was gonna be like way too huge with 1 million levels. I'm still
Bonus stage. Get
I'm not
ready.
convinced that that's not the case. But you know, pace is a bigger concern than length in sort of isolation. Finally got it. If it keeps being fun all the way through, then that's not a huge issue. But it you know, again, it doesn't feel
Get ready.
like an arcade game really in that regard. The length, the pace, the challenge, like the moment-to-moment interaction and control. Yes, absolutely. Okay, little twist. That explains why we got the transform right away. It's very funny to have these guys pop out of the water. And then just feels a little more, you know, to be expected. That's like the wyverns. Controller do I prefer? This is 100% an arcade stick game, as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot of pressing buttons rapidly and precisely. The kind of extended length of the melee attack is definitely a liability at times, but it creates kind of a interesting strategic layer. It doesn't make you not want to use the melee attack or anything. You just have to be a little judicious if you're being attacked on multiple fronts at the same time. Oh, I'm getting bump comboed. Getting multiple enemies in one. Melee attack feels very satisfying though. Oh, I was just about to say, this is a neat little level, but it's gonna fucking suck to die and have to redo it.
Get ready.
And here we are. Yeah, the suit guys are the funniest. But that's the thing, like, I love... That's the kind of sensibility in general, like, just having fun with it, and it's a video game, and, like, on the one hand, things can be a little weird, and it doesn't really matter because it's kind of the mechanical purpose of the game that matters more than anything. But at the same time, it's not even really, in my opinion anyway, and this kind of subjective perception, but it's not really a matter of being nonchalant towards the potential surrealism or weird feeling effect of certain things being presented a certain way. It's more an embracing of it and kind of acknowledging that the absurdity of it is an additive quality without which things might feel a little too mundane or dry or self-serious. And that's something I find super compelling. It's something that's come up as we've talked about different beat-em-up games in our recent research endeavors. Because I've come to realize after looking at a bunch of these games in rapid succession that in terms of my own artistic sensibilities, I admire that quality, but I don't necessarily feel instinctively not incapable of. That's where I died last time. But like my natural instincts are more reserved than I think is ideal. And this game having, like, you know, lizard men and wyverns and cyber soldiers, and then like the suit assassins jumping out of the river, like, that's a fearlessness in just putting cool shit that you like into the thing you're making that I aspire to.
Get ready.
Ugh. Oh, it always feels a little weird when you go back to human form and you're like
Be safe.
being used to. Yeah, see, I can't hit this guy because he's on a different plane. You're used to the ninja form and now you're weak again. I don't think it's a like problematic design or anything, but in the moment you can kind of like, oh shit, right. Oh. Yeah, so the lady throws out these fans and they remain as obstacles. Right, she takes a couple hits now. The multiple like stacked hit stop feels super sick, but it can be a little disorienting.
Be safe.
I'm kind of two minds with the hostage mechanic. It feels a little unnecessary, I guess. But of course, you know, in this case, like, I need to go up here and engage with this enemy because there's a hostage here. But it just has a tendency of feeling a little...
Be safe.
I don't know. It's just, there's something about it that I mean, this is not this game handling the idea poorly. I think the same is true of the original Shinobi, where it just kind of has a little clumsy feel to it. Like, there's a lot of games that don't have anything like it, and they're fine. It's not, well, at least personally, my issue is not that they're too easy to find, because searching for hostages is not more fun. Like, the combat is so engaging that, like, exploration isn't really something that I think is needed. So I appreciate, like, if anything, I think they're much better in this game as this, like, little additional band-aid stuck on top without too much depth or whatever, because they don't, like, the way you have to interact with that mechanic doesn't feel at odds with the rest of the game, or the parts of the game that I find most fun, whereas in the first game, they, comparatively at least, they kind of do. Like, because in that, you know, it feels more coherent and more thoughtful in this game, because in the original, sometimes they were just on the way, sometimes you had to kind of go search for them. And if you got to a checkpoint or the end of the level and said, nope, you didn't find everyone, it's just like, oh, it's not fun to go back, and like, it's better here that that's not a factor.
Get ready.
But I guess it's maybe more a thing of, like, if...
Be safe.
if that's going to be in the game, how does one make sure that it's done in a way that's meaningful and adds to the experience? And, like, I'd rather take a bolted on thing that doesn't add much than something that feels more integrated but feels like detracting from the overall experience, which is arguably kind of what it's like in the first game. Nice for him. And I don't really know what the solution is. Like, it's just the fact that it's a mechanic that I don't care for, sort of what it adds to the action platformer equation? Could it be... Like, the thing is, I see value in it, and I think, oh, okay, well, I didn't die. There's, like, no height limit to how far you can plane shift, by the way, which is pretty fun. There's a part in the first game where you jump up like 500 floors. Yeah, here, like the fact that the geography of the level and this platforming, and you have these flying enemies, it's all these really interesting assemblies of enemies guys are trying to chase you. The first game had it too, but I think it's just more refined in this game. Pretty sick. I didn't miss a hostage. Although going back down is going to be faster. Oh, okay. I'm guessing that's not finished. That's not exactly how that was supposed to show or happen. I like these little boss teases, though. It's pretty cool. I reckon there's probably more mid-bosses maybe that's going to be added.
Bonus stage. Get ready.
But yeah, I guess I'm just, like, not... Like, what do you even get from this? I guess in the best case scenario, you might get a 1-up, but otherwise you're just getting more of the magics and mines that I don't use. Beach.
Get ready.
This is not in the first game? A very sturdy trash can. Dude, it feels so good to, like, just barely crouch the fucking Elgatos. Did I ever get to try NGDev games? Nah, I'm like, extremely not plugged into the Neo-Geo dev community. Like, I just know and have been exposed to some games, mostly on a... Like this. This happens to be made for the Neo-Geo, but... I didn't come to it as like a Neo-Geo fan, but as a Shadow Gangs fan. Same with like, I'm curious about the Neo-Geo version of Final Vendetta. But I don't like really keep tabs on Neo-Geo stuff. So I know the name, but I couldn't even name any other games. I want to say that they made like a shoot 'em up. I'm shocked that the Elgatos seemingly have never gotten me with that jump stab. Maybe the first time. But somehow been able to avoid it most of the time. I think Gunlord is probably the name I'm recognizing or associating with them. But these kind of... I guess there's stuff like this in later Shinobi levels, but this feels more like Rolling Thunder 2 or something, when you have these more vertical platforming constructions where enemy attack heights and stuff get kind of funky. It's cool. Like, there was less of that in the original, I think. Yeah, visually this is maybe not the most interesting and compelling level. I think the game like starts off strong with the like apocalyptic city and oh, there we go. Well, actually, he bumped me, I think. I'm not sure if he actually hurt me.
Be safe.
There's like a degree of novelty to it, but whoa. That was fun, chunky slowdown. Oh. I saw the ninja icon on the bottom right. It's like, oh fuck, I missed one, and then I forgot. Like, oh no, there's a number next to it. If there's people left. Because in the original Shinobi, there's like a little icon for each hostage. So I keep thinking that one icon means one hostage left, and not no number, therefore no hostages left.
Get
oh yeah, this
ready.
game, like the difficulty level, like I'm still on my first credit. Like you have a very chunky health bar. I mean, that's the biggest thing. In the previous demo, there was a difficulty option. I don't know if it's simply because we're playing the MBS version. They're distributing MBS and AES builds. The reason they didn't mention anything about difficulties being different, just that like the backup RAM cartridge, whatever, versus memory card. Like there's some kind of difference in support for saving between AES and MBS, and that's kind of what they made out to be the difference between the two. But obviously, it would make perfect sense to not have a difficulty option in the arcade MBS version. But in the previous build, you can pick, when you pick character, it's like easy, normal, or hard. And I don't remember if there was stuff like bullet speed or anything like that, but I want to say that like I tried it real quick and it seemed like the only difference was health. But that's, that's a huge difference. Like having 8 HP versus 5 versus 3 or whatever, like makes a pretty fundamental difference in your ability to recover after a mistake. So I will say about the hostages, like some of them are just in places like that, which is kind of whatever, but oftentimes they're at least guarded by a fat guy, and the fat guys add a really interesting dynamic. I mean, certainly before you transform, but even then, like even if you can shoot through their block, they still absorb projectiles. And even the hostages technically can absorb. Well, I guess you can't. You have to melee them, but they have like a physical presence that could hypothetically affect combat. These indoor sections are not as interesting visually for sure. Like they have, like the thing is, a lot of the stages felt more like this in the first game, where you don't really have that sense of place. It just feels like a video game level. Getting destroyed. Well, luckily there's health here. That's the thing too, like in the first game, you have much less health, and I don't know if health refills are even a thing. This is more the vertical type design. Not really, because what I was referring to then is sort of a more of an exploratory open... Yeah, I could have missed this. Where there isn't like one linear path to take. I mean, this kind of little offshoot to the side to find this guy. I figured, can I drop down further? I could, and there's another guy, because... Okay. Is this... I guess this is... I'm just... Okay. Am I off to the side, or am I continuing the level? Okay, so this, right now, my confusion, this is more like the first game. Okay, so I thought I was being clever and finding more hidden something or other. But I think I should have gotten up here first. So this kind of branching path is more what I'm referring to. Is this an elevator or is it stationary? I guess it's stationary. Okay, so this was nothing? Okay. Alright, so the arrow's just pointing up to, or pointing me back to have me go up these platforms then. Yeah, so this kind of more open-ended, I guess. Nature of the design. I don't necessarily mind the challenge of having these like tiny platforms, but I think levels like these in a game like this, I think being linear is just a good thing, not in any way a shortcoming or a problem to be solved. Because you just have this linear gauntlet. I guess I'm not even being shown the arrow because I missed hostages. It's literally, this is the critical path. So, strictly speaking, this level is kind of linear. It just doesn't look that way. Through. Now there's an elevator. Yeah, so like I think the platforming challenge and like putting enemies in spaces like that, like I think the final levels of the original game are pretty cool. They're fun, but they're not the most visually spectacular, and that's even more true here. Oh, there we go, the Kendo guys. It's even more true here, where the early levels are more cool in their visual presentation as well as like their sense of place. So these having this much more like tile set maze feel.
Get ready.
You know, makes for more of a tangible drop off in like the coolness experience. But in the previous stage in particular, that kind of the maze-like nature of finding the hostages and combined with the like, it was kind of everything kind of coming together to make for the least satisfying level so far. I was gonna say this. So this seems like a boss. Because it was just a short level, all the hostages were in the path, and then we got the ninja power-up. I'm trying to crouch. Not working, so let's... Oh shit! Alright, we're going full clown car. Alright, layering enemies on top. That's pretty good. How many motorcycles you got back there, buddy? So I might as well just... I do think, again, like the... Well, it didn't hurt me more. This is the first red. I think this might be the introduction of red ninjas. A little fucking lucky there. On that. Ah. What was I trying to say?
Get ready.
Yeah, I find stuff like this a little bit odd because it's like there's not really a stage leading up to it, but there's still enough busy work that we have to do this before the fight. We can't, like, couldn't we just have had the fight be its own level? Why do we need to have this preamble? Alright, I should avoid more hits in the beginning here. I can get at least 2 hits per jump. Worth mashing more. Up goatee. Oh, we're getting red ninjas immediately. I guess it's random. Alright, yeah, we're doing a lot better this time. Motorcycles are pretty funny. I think that the difficulty curve, especially of the bosses, seems a little peculiar. Literally the only death we've taken, I think. We died here, and then we died on Colin, who was like the first boss in the original game.
One up.
One up. I guess, yeah, he's in.
Get ready.
Oh, yeah, so the like proper end level boss. You do just like start on the boss. Completely forget how to fight this guy.
No, no, no.
That's right. Bones. Like, you want to not let him hit you with his sweep, but you can't like walk up to him.
No, no, no.
When he's doing that. Here. Like, vulnerable. We have to take out the clones first. He can't kick in the air, but maybe I should use one of my 25 magics.
Get ready.
I don't know if I keep the magics on. Game over.
No, no, no.
Drop a mine. You got like one guy. Put that there. Come to use eventually.
No, no, no. No, no, no.
Oh my god! I'm gonna melee him.
Get ready.
That was like, letting him jump in on you like that is like the perfect opportunity to attack and still fucked it up. I reckon the magic's actually probably pretty good against these guys. Oh, I guess it damaged him enough to get to the next phase also. I guess this is where we use the magic. That seems to be taking a lot of damage, but I didn't like hitting him a few times. Looking at the life bar. Yeah.
No, no, no.
I guess it's not based on his health. I guess it's based on hitting him when the clones are gone. I mean, it makes no difference. I can maybe save one. Well, good thing I have a lot of magic. So now we don't get a magic bonus because we used magic. We get mine bonus because we used mines, but not on this life. We died after using the mines.
Bonus stage.
The bonus stage.
Get ready.
It's been a while since we managed to get any bonuses. That's a feature of the original game too, like the difficulty ramps up. But it is a little bit kind of tedious. Damn it. As he dropped it, like, we have to wait longer.
70 bits.
Oh boy. Thank you very much for those 70 bits. Appreciate that. Just the luck I needed. Alright, sick. We got one more magic. I guess you get points for doing it quickly, so that's an incentive. Eddie in City 1. Invade Eddie's domain.
Get ready.
So this, I guess, would be the second to last chapter.
Be safe.
Eddie, I think, is the... Eddie is the Freddie Mercury with Krauser armor. And I think he's the second to last boss in the original. But I kind of forget. Thanks for the follow. I can't really take my eyes off the game, but appreciate it. But yeah, man, this level is already so much more interesting, right? I mean, not just the sky being really cool, but having... I don't even know what this is. Is this a blimp? The space building? Is this a spaceship? I don't know, but it's cool. It's a lot cooler than those blocky hallways. Yeah, so this little gauntlet of just getting through there before we have the ninja transform is pretty cool. I mean, kind of many of these flying guys, like, I remember them being a more prevalent element in the original game. I think there'll be a guy here. It seems like I might be able to fall off to my death there, so... Well, I guess it's ground. I don't know if there are pits. There are death pits in the, like, final levels. Platforming gauntlet of the original game, but I don't know here. Oh, okay. Couldn't drop down there. Again, downside to these levels is the occasional visual ambiguity. But it doesn't typically cause a problem. Dude, that ninja was so camouflaged against his backdrop. Oh, juggle! The bump into... juggle. Okay, last... Hit freeze in the previous version. Yeah, if anything, it seems to have been reduced quite a bit here. It's actually, like, super... Feels really good. But it takes a little getting used to. And we want CC the demo? I guess I can throw
Bonus
23
stage.
magics at the boss.
Get ready.
Let's see if we can do this again. That was really close. He started jumping away and I hit him. I missed it. So they will block if you shoot them. I think you can shoot them before they land.
Get ready.
But I tend to try to prefer to rely on melee. Yeah, back to the indoor hallways level. Hallway levels. I laugh because I was just reminded of the first game. There's a lot of similar things like that with these narrow tunnels for the rolling ninjas. This is a 4-button game. This is the Neo-Geo version. So there's jump and attack. And then you have one button to lay mines and one button for magic. But it could very easily translate to a 3-button scheme. I don't know what the Mega Drive controls would be like, but I would imagine that you could quite easily put mines and magic on the same button, because they're both pretty situational. You could easily make it like up plus A to magic, or down plus A to mine, or something like that. The mine is just a weird addition overall. Like, it feels so like out of place. Like, obviously I've got like a machine gun or whatever. It's not that it's like the technology of explosives is out of place, but the way you plant this little stationary thing for enemies to walk into and explode. It's a little strange. I feel like if this had been an actual contemporary Neo-Geo game, there's no way they would bother using all 4 buttons. Because obviously, even though the Neo-Geo hardware platform supports 4 buttons, it's not like a an expense or anything more technically difficult to make your game support 4 buttons. But for operators with a Neo-Geo cabinet,
Get ready.
there's no guarantee that they have a control panel with 4 buttons on it. Because it might be a machine that has other 2 or 3 button games. And in fact, I think outside of fighting games, it's quite rare for Neo Geo games to actually use 4 buttons. It's like a little bit of a retread of a previous elevator level, but it's okay. It's different now with ninjas instead of the button guys. I mean, I think the mines are, like, from a design standpoint, feel like a clunky addition, so that, like, they feel sort of out of place to begin with. But, you know, this could easily have been something like Magic Sword, where you have a jump and attack button and you just press both for magic. You would probably hit it by mistake and be annoyed, so it would be nice to have a 3rd button, but I wouldn't take it for granted. Obviously, making a game today, you don't really have to worry about those things the same way you would have if you made a Neo Geo game in, like, 92. Oh my god, I'm gonna... Boy. But it's one of those things that... that just make it feel a little... you know, it's not necessarily a good or bad thing, but it's... It gives it a different flavor than it feels like it would have had it been a game from back then. Yeah, I like the Rolling Ninjas. It's a good, like, and again, they're in Shadow Dancer as well. It's just like economic, clever use of existing resources. I don't know anything about... I don't know if anything has been promised or specified one way or the other for, like, alternate modes or anything. We're playing the... Like, this is a beta build, and it's specifically of the Neo Geo MBS version. So it wouldn't really have, like, options and stuff. They did mention in the README that among the sort of missing things to be completed are menu screens and whatnot. I think it would be welcome. I like the melee-only mode in Shadow Dancer. It would be cool to have that here, too. Am I supposed to drop? But I have no idea if that's something to be expected. See, here it's getting kind of weirdly ambiguous because there's no visual distinction between platforms like this that I could do an up or down jump to or from versus ones that are just physically above and below each other.
Be safe.
Creates a bit of needless ambiguity that I'm not a huge fan of. You gotta time that. See? You fuck it up and you get hit. It feels really good when you get the timing correct. Like that guy. I'm leaving. Yeah, I'm very excited about the
Bonus stage.
Mega Drive version. I guess there's a timer on the bottom for this too. I didn't really even notice before. I think that was something I definitely noted when I played the previous demo. But in this bonus stage, the hit stop feels kind of strange, and I'm curious. I wonder if it's actually shorter now, because I remember it feeling kind of egregious. But it's like, oh my god, it's kind of fucked up because it makes it easier, and it's not obviously like I'm having too easy a time.
Get ready.
But the balance of it just feels off. Like, it's a kind of assistance it doesn't feel like you should be getting in a bonus stage. Alright, they're being very specific about where I'm supposed to stand here. Awesome. Pretty sick. Get up there. I guess. Ninja. Whoop. We're still... This is not the end fight, right? Because it's still Eddie and City. We didn't start the boss fight in ninja form. Dude here. The helicopter laughed at me, so I'm just assuming that I'm meant to hit the turrets. All here seems to be purely decorative. Yep. Oh, you can just shoot outside the wall. That's good. Alright, I have 3 extra lives. We can, board. Need be. Take a death. In research mode. The mines aren't really going to do us that much good here. You have to assume that there's a second phase after the turrets, given that we've destroyed most of them already. Look too close to hit it. Hey, now what? Yeah, I'm enjoying this game a lot. Really liking it. Just hit the helicopter. Oh, Skull is doing things now. Really awkward height. Some of the bosses like are maybe a little bit on the tedious side of like reaching them to hit them and how much health they have. Man, that's a pretty sick death animation though. Okay, actually have a lot of health left. And again, we finished the mid-boss, and now we have to, like, traverse the end of the level. So I just drop down here. I don't want to die. Okay, good. Let's go! So I probably we're fighting Eddie now? Let's see. We have 26 magic, 3 lives. Castle. Okay, so that was the end of the chapter. But there's a whole other chapter. I like the game doesn't tell us the number of the chapter, so I'm not keeping track of it. But the original game has like 5, and this feels like it's got like 12 or something. It just keeps going. Yeah, I think the castle is where you fight the, like the kendo guys. Like, this is the level I remember specifically with the kendo guys and the army dudes. I guess this is kind of a version of that level. To be honest, maybe it's because I kind of getting hungry, getting a little antsy, would kind of maybe like to go to the bathroom. But I feel like this game is definitely... It's starting to drag a little bit. Like, it's getting a bit long in the tooth. The quality of it continues to be good. But it's not necessarily... Like, some of the stages, I think, are just maybe keep going for a bit longer than they need to, and boss fights, too. This looks pretty sweet, though, the background. Like, it's maybe not providing new, interesting iterations at, like... I'm shocked that I actually didn't fall into a death pit there. Like, whenever it presents a new challenge or scenario like this, it's good and it's fun, but I feel like it could maybe be ramping things up at a little bit of a higher frequency, which would naturally happen if each level that has a new idea is shorter, so you're advancing to the next one more quickly. I'm just curious to see what was over here. So I think the first game, I prefer the structure here, that each level is shorter, but there's a lot more of them. I wouldn't say that I think the game is poorly paced, but I think the game is pretty long, and like I can't help wonder how the game would feel if it was shorter. Because if you imagine like bumping up the difficulty, like this is a very long game versus like sustaining that level of focus. Like I can play a little more relaxed knowing that I get health refills, I have a long health bar. The stakes aren't really that costly. But if I die in one hit and like every mistake I have to like play perfectly for like a full 3 to 4 minute stage, and then I have to do that like literally 40 times. It's draining. It's like really exhausting in a way that, you know, it really adds up over time. So I think like I mean, this is my personal take, but I think this style of game, whether you're literally releasing it for kind of an arcade context or not, inherently its design, like the way you are being challenged.
Bonus stage. Get ready.
That kind of perseverance. I was trying to see if I could hit him in the air. Maybe you can't with the projectile. Like testing your patience and your ability to sustain.
Get
It's gonna
ready.
pull the animation like just walking down the stairs. Your focus is like part of what those games test. Like an arcade game typically will get progressively harder, but what makes it kind of harder in the end isn't always just the challenge in isolation, but the fact that you're like 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes deep into just like very focused, like, you know, it's tiring to be that focused in a way that can be, maybe unintuitive isn't the right word, but you might be surprised like when you do, I don't know, I've had that experience where like just cognitive load, like you've been on vacation, you go back to work, or you do something you're not used to, and it's like you spend days in like meetings or something, and you wonder like, how can I be tired? I've just been sitting in meetings, I've just been listening and talking, or hell, streaming for that matter. Like, how can I be tired? I've been talking, having fun, playing video games, and then 4 hours later you're like, oh, just completely drained. And I think arcade games, by their nature, you know, obviously there are arcade games that are very thinky, there are arcade games that are more twitchy, but generally speaking, anything that's designed to be a challenge that you go through from beginning to end, you're gonna be more tired by the end than you were in the beginning. So that means that, like, in terms of balance, you know, for the sake of difficulty, in terms of how the experience feels, like, you kind of have to take into account. Very satisfying that I was able to dodge that. Like, where's the player at mentally at whatever part of the game? Can I jump up here? Okay. And like, what does that mean for the general experience? Okay, jump down there. Yeah, I thought maybe I was going down, but yeah, these like more geographically open levels, being a little more sprawling, it's not my preference. Oh, it's pretty flashing. But I don't have a huge problem with, like, mechanically it's still fun and engaging. It's just I agree that visually some of the more like set PC outdoorsy level are more striking and memorable. I just got hit. But the mechanics of the combat is no less compelling. Alright, see ya.
Be safe.
I just, like, my ability to engage with it is, like, sort of diminishing a little bit. But again, I don't disagree. I don't think every level has been of equal, barely dodging these lizards, sort of quality or doing compelling. But, you know, the game's fun for sure. Whoa. But yeah, the dichotomy of these, like, tunnel levels versus open levels. Well, I say open. Funnily enough, the tunnel levels are more open in terms of level design. But the more tile set levels versus bespoke location levels, they do at least sort of justify having the two, in that the levels feel very different from one another. So I do appreciate that. But it's been more of these, like, yeah, the first couple of biomes or chapters or whatever you want to call them didn't really have any of these levels. Eddie, uncover Honcho's. So I think this is probably the end of the demo. Space? I think so, yeah. Again, I don't want to spend all my magic before I have a feeling of what the fight is. So we'll see if we even need them. I gotta crouch. I want to say that this fight has like a nighttime background. The original, that I really liked. But it is pretty cool too. It's a little weird that it looks like those. Like, I'm not sure if it's, again, something about water and horizon lines in this game being strange. Kind of looking like those buildings are just in the ocean. You know, like, I wonder if I could. Yeah, I was gonna say, is magic gonna delete those things? And it sure does. To avoid that. Even aside from the fact that you have a much larger health bar in this, Boss seems, I remember it being, I remember him putting up way more of a fight than this. There we go. Let's off screen, so I didn't hit him, but do I hit him now? Yeah, fuck it. We're doing this. That was pretty close. Alright, okay, you can melee those things. I don't think you can do that with the other ones. Okay, I won't take any more risks. Okay. I don't know. That's it, but we've got more than a full game's length out of this, that's for sure.
Bonus stage.
Bonus stage, alright.
Get ready.
Yeah, I feel legitimately, like, tired. Like, the thing is, again, like with the pacing and the length and the like progress and everything, like it feels obviously like the kind of game you finish in one sitting, but it does have like support for saving. I don't know if the Mega Drive version would have that, and or like a password system or something. But it does feel like, you know, it feels more like a console game than an arcade game in that sense, of course, with the length and everything. But I am curious if, like, what the kind of design ethos and thought process is with that kind of stuff, because I can obviously see how a lot of people would like the game to be longer. If they finish a 30-minute game, they would think, we're not done yet. Okay?
Get ready.
So I wonder if the thought is like, maybe you're not really expected to go through it all in one go. Yeah, I mean, the demo, it's not like a Steam demo or something like that. This is like, hey, this is a pre-release beta version, please help playtest it. It's almost a full game, it's just missing a few things. But yeah, it's a long game. So, like, I think for sure, especially, I guess, like, some of these levels that are kind of bespoke, like, you don't want to necessarily get rid of too much of it. And honestly, these levels haven't been as long. Like, the length of the levels isn't super consistent. Or uniform, I should say. Saying it's not consistent makes it sound like a bad thing. There's a lot of levels that are shorter, which is a good thing. But I think you could certainly... I mean, it wouldn't be terrible to cut out a few levels entirely. But having more levels... like, and I think, again, like, if you think of playing this at a higher difficulty level where you have much less health, I think it can become much more engaging because you have to really care constantly. You have to be that focused. But given that I'm playing at a difficulty level where I kind of don't necessarily have to be super duper focused, and I'm still feeling kind of tired, not even by the end, by whatever point we were at, which is apparently not the end, I definitely think the game could stand to be a bit shorter. Like, at least in terms of, you know, my personal sensibilities, right? The idea of, like, well, let's make it longer so that you can play it across multiple sessions and it lasts longer. Like, that's not my preference for how to play and enjoy games. Obviously, I can play games that are built like that, but for something, like, for me, I think it's so inherent to the gameplay style of something like this that it lends itself really well to the kind of experience where you go through it in one sitting and you get that build-up of tension and you know, sort of stress because of that sustained focus. Like the very mechanical nature of how you control the character and the decision-making in combat. If you structure it such a way that you're expected to play it over multiple sessions, I think it just has a detrimental effect on how engaging that core element can be. Fight through the streets.
Get ready.
It says fight through the streets, but this is the rooftop level, I guess. I was wondering if we were entering another tunnel level. That's right, I forgot how to power up. The, like, tile set of this. As we'll see. I mean, I haven't used I was briefly contemplating, I guess, using a timer. And in hindsight, I kind of wish I did, because I'd be curious how long it's taken. And, you know, because I'm playing an emulator, I could pause, but I haven't been pausing or anything. So I haven't really been, at least not for any extended amount of time, stopping to talk about the game, which is something I, you know, do pretty frequently otherwise. And it's still been going for 2 hours? Imagine 2 hours on one credit. An arcade machine, that'd be pretty crazy. There we go.
Be safe.
That's the thing. It's not just a matter of, wow, I'm getting one over on the arcade operator for getting this much value out of my coin. But like, physically, like, it's exhausting. You just want to break. Like, there are multiple reasons why games like that aren't made to be that long, I think.
Be safe.
But that's, again, truthfully the biggest complaint I have. But it's stuff like this, right? Little set-piece moments. It's definitely been kind of less of that
Be safe.
in the later parts of the game. And just in general, like, it certainly feels like designing games more around that sort of stuff. Like, I'd rather have 5 levels I remember than 40 levels that I don't, you know? So it would be interesting to, at the very least, have some kind of remix mode or something, whatever. But yeah, the problem as I see it is also kind of like, I'm getting through it fine. I'm getting like more 1-ups. I have more lives now than before.
Get
Shadow
ready.
Guard. But I think the game would be more engaging if I had to be more precise and care more about combat. And that will happen if I increase the level of difficulty and or whatever, like just play with less health, whatever option I would have to do that. But the equation, like, there are more parts to that equation, because now the potential slight issue I'm having with the length of the levels is like grossly exacerbated, because kind of the risk-reward balance, or the, you know, the consequences to having levels be of a certain length or encounters being designed a certain way just ends up being something completely different. These guys are tricky now. I mean, there's a distinct ramp in difficulty here for sure, but again, like, imagine this. And again, it's not to say that I would find this too annoying or too frustrating in isolation if I had like 3 hit points. It might just feel like it's like too difficult, but I think it's like level of challenge multiplied by length or volume, amount of challenge equals kind of difficulty. Especially given that with the arcade sort of structure that, you know, just compounds over time. So, like, the level of challenge or difficulty that I would want this to have feel engaging would be, like, too much over this amount of time, this amount of levels, I feel like. It's pretty sick how intense it's getting. It's really crazy, and that's cool. Fuck out of here. But does it have to take 2 hours to build up to this? I'm not so sure. China 4, Slay Doragon.
Get ready.
Okay, is this? I could swear that some levels start us off with like just being fully ninja powered. But this is certainly, whoa, okay, proper boss. Is this the final boss in the demo, or is this like another chapter after this? Maybe we fight Eddie a second time. Substrate. Yeah, so there's no checkpoints or anything really in this. Like, wherever the level restarts you, or starts you rather from the first time, that's where you start after death. But if you've rescued hostages or taken out bad guys, the state of those stay the same, so you don't have to rescue the hostages again, and I don't have to kill bad guys a second time. Very satisfying taking those out. Ah, okay. Didn't get a complete no miss. Can I just sword attack the boss? That was pretty sick. I did. Oh, nice. A little wing flap to get me out of this hair. I don't like how it seems like you can't hurt things off screen. Like, it can spawn its projectiles and attack you, and you're firing back and you can't hit him. Like, feels kind of wrong. I mean, it was especially egregious with the tank boss because, like, the camera shifted so much because of the scrolling, depending on, like, where in his face he was. Which made it kind of awkward, and it felt like weirdly inconsistent whether you were able to hit him or not. That was cool, boss. But yeah, like, you know, I'm not taking that many deaths in the grand scheme of things. And to go this... Again, I don't know if the demo's over or not. For a game of this style, I would not expect and kind of not want Collision Soul Strange to get through it to the end on my first try with... We're not done yet. BGM was called the final battle, so maybe we're getting close to the end. Like, I would expect a game like this, whether it's 20 minutes long or 90 minutes long, to take a couple of attempts. But I do think, like, compared to the previous demo, I think the amount of health that we have now is, like, equivalent to the easy mode, and not, like, medium. But I was not given an option. I'm assuming you could maybe go into the soft dip or whatever to change it, but I figured I'd just play it on whatever they present as the default. I like their weird pole vault attack. Get if there's... Whoa! Alright, that's pretty sick. Like spawning multiple dudes. I think that's something that happens in Shinobi and Shadow Dancer as well. Where they have like the overlapping sprites. Yeah, these are my favorite enemy. They look cool, they're really fun to fight. They're like predictable and in isolation not difficult to deal with. But as soon as they like overlap, it can be a real problem. Nico Jazz, Tier 3 Skull Lord membership. Thank you very much indeed. 72 months is a lot of months. 6 full years worth of months, I believe. That's very generous of you. I greatly appreciate that. I'm about to die. Health? Nope, just a mine. 2 hostages left, so there's a little bit of level left. See, now it's getting really tense in a very good way. Like I was about to kill me. Oh, okay, we can still do it. There's a lot of little booby traps like that in Shadow Dancer too, with spawning ninjas, and the previous Shadow Gangs for that matter. Fight through. So it's a little bit cheesy that you can do that, what I just did, but not gonna. Right, so this with the walls, yeah. This is the level I was thinking of, where you're like progressing multiple levels, fighting a bunch of these dudes. So I wonder if this also will not have a power-up till the end. Guess we'll find out. Because with your inability to break through guard, like, fighting changes drastically. Yeah, my melee doesn't reach there either. Soldiers to deal with. I think in the original, the soldiers have, like, mega iframes. Oh, okay, no, we just go powered up. I'm surprised that there has... Well, maybe in the proper final level there will be. But I'm surprised, like, given that you're so much stronger with the power-up, I'm surprised there hasn't been a level that's, like, designed around the fact that you don't have the power-up and have to deal with it. Like, have to engage enemies without it. Like, you know, especially if you had more reasonable amounts of health, like 3 or 4 or 5, this is still, like, plenty challenging. It just seems like such a natural thing to do, just like a specific, interesting type of challenge. But I'm a little surprised the game isn't putting forth. What's that number 50 on the bottom right? There's not 50 hostages left, are there? Wait, 40. I wasn't looking at my health bar. Apparently I was about to die. I did not realize at all.
Get ready.
Okay, I guess there was like some kind of glitch where the ninja icon was replaced with a 0. It's pretty cool. Like, they have such long startup that you still have time to walk up to them and attack. That felt good. Yes, Zohaku. So there's 2 characters. Dan, the Crimson Ninja, the main character from the first game. And then this lady called Monica. They're just visually different. I don't... Well, technically they might have different hitboxes or something. But they have the same abilities. And apparently in the final game there will be simultaneous co-op. Seems kind of crazy for a game like this. Kind of saving that for a little bit. EB. Whoa, that guy didn't die. Even the, like, pace of retracing your step can feel a little weird when you don't have the big guys or the hostages. It can be, like, difficult to get a feel for, like, where you are in the level. Cam's getting a little sore. There's a bit of mashing here. Oh my god, I died literally right by this health, I think. Maybe I did collect it last time. I like that the thieves both ran into the wall. Hostages were officially back further than we were last time. Yeah, I don't think we got that health last time. Or else we would have certainly made it this far. Yeah, like, baiting these guys' jump and punishing them feels really good. I think the thieves, like, aren't ever gonna steal transformation. Like, I don't think they put thieves in positions to do that. As I hope. I don't think I missed health. Alright, that's the end of the level. Yeah, it's just kind of funny when you can skip the encounter at the end. I mean, you're missing out on some points, I guess, but... I don't know if there's going to be a boss at the end of this. Probably. The way it was described in the README, Triple 3, Road to Destiny.
Get ready.
Made it sound. Oh yeah, this is very much like that final platforming gauntlet level I was talking about before. But again, on this difficulty level, you can just kind of brute force it, trusting that it's going to be transformation coming out. But I mean, maybe not. That's the whole thing. Smashing. Oh, these guys have so much health. Killed them in one hit somehow. Die. Can't hit for anything. See, and I can't hit the guy. Yeah, the guy with the gun. That looks like transform. Oh, okay. Sometimes the very extended like hit stun can make it a little hard to tell if enemies are dead or not. I don't think that's a huge problem, but it's interesting. Like, it's one of those things that it kind of exacerbated in stressful situations with a lot of enemies. So I assume it's a deliberate thing. A hostage down there. Oh, I just saw painting, I guess, but fine. There's only one way to go anyway. Oh shit! Do the fucking unblockable with the layered guys. Drop down here. Whoa! 3 hostages left, huh? Oh my god! I'm getting destroyed. Maybe there's health there if we're lucky. Maybe we're not. Fuck it. Might as well use one of my 28 magics every now and again. Let's make sure we survive. Might well be a boss of some kind at the end of this. Okay. That arrow is basically telling us that this is a platforming gauntlet, so if we fall down, we're gonna have to go back here. But because we haven't seen any other arrows, I'm inclined to believe we at least didn't miss any hostages. Sniping those jump melee attacks feels really good. But yeah. Ah. No! Looks like I have to take out that guy. They're not, yeah, like, particularly exciting visually, these sort of sequences. It almost feels weird, too, that you're, like, brought back. Shit. Okay, Fallen's back. That's right, that's in the original, too. Oh shit, there's two of them. Okay. That's also in the original, but I forgot. I think maybe iframe lasts not as long. Arena's a little more cramped. I guess he's just not doing his air bullet attack. The pattern's a bit simplified, for that matter. Still pretty beefy, though. Oh, no, never mind. Okay. I don't think there's like a full boss rush or anything, though. Kind of hope not.
One up.
Yeah, I like the music in this. Shadow Lord and the Fallen Master. That may be the end of the demo. It said in the readme that the final like set of levels is not in the game, and the final boss is not in the game. And this kind of seems, well, I don't know. I guess we're done, which is fine. I'm just a little confused about the structure and what's left, and I guess overall, playing through the game, you don't have a great sense of kind of progression or some kind of journey. You don't really know. I would really like to have numbers on the chapters, because it's impossible to keep track of what levels which and how many levels there are. And having like, you don't necessarily need like a Castlevania map or anything. It's nice when you have those kinds of things to get a feel for how much of the game you've made your way through. But just something to make it feel like you're making progress and not just like doing level after level after level after level after level, and then at some point where it's just like, okay, that's it, done, game over. Like, I mean, obviously we're getting that effect now, especially with the whole demo thing. But even if there were a boss after this, like, you know, the last several bosses in this demo were kind of like, all right, is this the like, knowing that it's not the final boss, but it's like the penultimate boss. Like when we fought Eddie, I had the feeling like, all right, okay, this would be a natural place for this to end. Oh no, there's a whole thing after this. Oh, there's like this China. Oh, we're fighting this dragon. Oh wait, there's more after this. Like, not knowing if you're on the final level or the level before the final level or 2/3 of the way through the game. You know, you could argue that that's a thing that's only going to matter the first time you're playing, or at least until you've completed it for the first time, and that's obviously true to a degree. But I think just, it's not a matter of knowing, like having the theoretical knowledge of number of levels or which level is the last one or whatever. I think it's more a sensation, where, like when you're watching a movie, I think it's quite common to have a sense, and you know, you can sometimes be wrong and it can be undermined by the film structure, but a lot of the time you can have the feeling of, you know, we're about to go into the final act, we're about to go into this climax, or this is like the midpoint, or, you know, that's something I tend to think of when I'm watching a movie, at least. Not, you know, not that I'm thinking about it more than the movie itself, but it, you know, it can be a tangible thing. The difference, of course, between a movie and a game is that in the game you have to continue putting effort into it in a different way. So, although I would say, I guess in both cases, watching a movie where it feels like you're going to the climax and then it's like, oh shit, the bad guys got away, surprise, there's another 30 minutes left of the movie, that's not always a feeling of like, oh sick, there's more movie. You know, sometimes you're just emotionally, mentally ready for things to wrap up, and then where things, you know, it's like you're getting the rug pulled out from you when it's like, oh shit, there's more of this. And it's, you know, obviously if the movie's bad, that's going to feel worse, but if it is, you might just say fuck it, turn it off, and go do something else. Or you might just feel like you've sunk enough cost into it that you want to see it through, regardless, and whatever. But I think with games that's even more so, because feeling like you're ready for things to wrap up and feeling you're about to be done with it is associated, to me at least, with that, not just the emotional investment in the, the activity, but also the kind of physical and slash or mental strain that goes into like extended sustained focus. What up, Flying On? Thanks for the GG. So if you're watching a movie and it suddenly turns out that like, oh shit, I guess it's going to keep going for a while, it can be positive, it can be negative, but usually it's, for me at least, that tends to be like, huh, okay. Unless it's something like if I'm trying to stay awake super late and I just like really want it to be over, you can have situations where it's like, oh fuck, I can't believe it keeps going, whatever. But for me with games, it tends to be that kind of physiological component beyond the, you know, emotional or narrative satisfaction of seeing things wrapped up. There's this like, oh, I have to, but I want to rest. I don't get to rest yet. Like I have to do more work before I can rest. Which I think is why, I mean, I put a lot of value in, pacing and being, economical and tight in game structure, because I like short game experiences, and I like game experiences that I don't feel like I have to keep slogging through if I'm ready for it to be over. So I think there's something especially like problematic or like unfortunate when it's one thing to look at something and see from the outset that this seems to be, that happens to me very frequently. There's a game that's like, oh, this seems like it's going to be a 20, 40, 80-hour thing. That feels like way too much of a commitment, so I'm not even going to start it. But when something, you would suspect that maybe it's a 40-minute thing, a 90-minute thing, and then like 2.5 hours in the game, like, oh, you thought it was done, were you? Yes, again, buddy. And it keeps going. You can be like, oh, you just kind of wanted it to be over. And as I said before, like that was probably one of my biggest fears for this game. Like I had a lot of faith in the game design in terms of like the mechanics and the controls and the overall gameplay, and I do think that's great. I think the level design is good. I think the combat and counter design is good. I think the bosses are mostly quite fun. I think there's just too much of it. I think if I was playing this in my own time, I would probably have taken a break in the middle, and maybe I would have felt a bit different about it. But I think especially if you were to play this at a higher level of difficulty than I did now, which is what I would recommend. I mean, I got a lot of extends. I completed the whole thing in one credit on my first try. I think the gameplay is going to improve. It's going to be more engaging. Like, ironically, part of what makes it feel longer is the fact that I can breeze through it more easily. If you were more invested in every aspect of the challenge, you have to be more focused and engaged, and you can't turn your brain off. So it's not going to feel boring, but it probably means that getting through any one of these levels, instead of being a first try thing, it might be the 5th try. So if it takes 2 hours, 2.5 hours to just go through it with, relatively few deaths, then how many hours is it to complete on your first attempt? Like, that's the thing. Like, I would be happy to have it take 5 hours to get through, if that means I started over from the beginning 3 or 4 times in that process. I'm a little apprehensive about the level of difficulty required to make it a properly tense experience, and how this game dialed up to that level of tension is gonna actually feel like going through, because I feel like it's gonna be exhausting. What's up, Maki? Greetings. Yoroshiku. So I'm curious how that's going to pan out. But the thing, I feel like the game's going to be good, no doubt about it. It is good. But to me, I feel like that's a difference between trying to get through the game on a harder difficulty mode once versus this is a game that's so much fun to go through that I'm going to boot it up every now and again to go through it. And at this length, like at this sort of intersection between length and difficulty, it's hard for me to picture it being a game I'm really going to want to go through like over and over again. I feel like it's a game that if I finish it, I'm going to be like, oh my god, what a relief. That took so much work. Whereas like if you have a short, difficult game, once you kind of reach the point of master of being able to complete it, that's something that you can usually kind of sustain and keep with you. So, you know, if you bring that game back sometime later, it's going to take you not that much time to get back up to speed and be able to complete it, and then be able to complete it within 25, 35 minutes. But having to go through that in order to just like do a quick romp through this 2-3 hour game, like it changes that equation in a way that I'm not as big a fan of. But yeah, still awesome game. It was a lot of fun. I am happy to have supported it. I'm very excited for the final version. I'm really excited to see what the Mega Drive version is going to be like. I do hope that it will continue to do well for them. I mean, like I said, you know, there was the original game. It got a Dreamcast port crowdfunded. It's been released on Switch, maybe other consoles. There's a lot of cool stuff here. I like it a lot. But I think the length and structure of it, for me, isn't like fully aligned with my personal sensibilities. I think it's just, in general, the kind of apprehension towards short games, period. Like, it's so culturally ingrained that more is better. That I think you do run up against a legitimately challenging marketing conundrum of like, how do you package a game that's built to be of a certain length and a certain type of challenge in a way that's, you know, in simple terms, marketable to enough people that you can make a profit, you know? And I don't think the answer to that necessarily, at least not from a creative, artistic standpoint, maybe from a financial one, but from a creative standpoint, compromising that sort of arcade quality. I mean, that's my general frustration with a lot of this type of stuff, right? If this had been an actual arcade game released in 1992 or whatever, it wouldn't have been 3 hours long, right? Like, it just wouldn't. And I think a shorter, tighter, more challenging experience would make the game more compelling. It would be a more compelling version of that thing. And that thing is something that would not appeal to certain other people, right? My personal belief, again, from a creative standpoint, if not a business standpoint, is that there's got to be ways to make an arcade game more compelling to people who aren't inherently sold on the idea of like repeated play and mastery. It can be the appeal. That can be where the lasting power of a game is found. People who need some sort of extrinsic reward framework, or being sort of taught how to enjoy arcade games, I want to believe that there's a path forward. And I think there, you know, I can't think of many arcade action games. There's probably some shoot 'em ups, but that's not really my thing. It's a bit out of my wheelhouse. Obviously, we talk a lot about beat 'em ups in this channel because it's my favorite genre, basically. But you know, Fight and Rage does a lot of good stuff with that, having a million side things and unlockables and stuff that vastly expand the scope of the product without impacting the scope or the pacing or design of the actual gameplay part of it. Hop on back here. And I've also praised Streets of Rage 4 for having like it's a relatively minor thing, but the way it sort of doles out the bonus unlockable characters by just tracking lifetime score, making it so that no matter how you perform, any time spent with the game is very visibly, literally filling up a progress bar of giving you a reward, working towards a reward. And I think stuff like that has a pretty strong, I mean, it's pretty well documented that it has a strong psychological effect on people, right? And it doesn't have to be abusive or tied to like loot boxes or reward structures that involve money, or like it doesn't have to be a dark pattern. It doesn't have to be a matter of tricking people to spend more time than they want to. I think it's just what it can be is put a carrot on a stick that's got this like flashing light on it, to make people pay attention and see it, and then in the process of chasing that carrot on a stick, they continue to engage with the game, which they then turn out to actually be excited about and like really care about. But if you had told them up front that if you keep trying and failing at this, you will like it, people might bounce off of that because the idea of it is so foreign and goes against like how they're used to enjoying games. And I think I've played a few games like Donut Dodo, and there's a few other games from the same developer. They're like single screen arcade platformers, and there's Anna Lynn, is that what it was called? Like it's scrolling, but it's very much in that kind of Pac-Man vein, of like you're playing this like cave spelunker girl, and there's these like 4-colored snakes that you have to avoid, and whatever, you like collect gems, I think. Very, very classic arcade games. There was that Silver Bullet, I think it was called, came out not long ago. It looked super sick. I didn't play it yet, but it's like a crosshair shooter type thing. Like there have been games that, obviously these aren't like huge, massive mega hits, but again, not talking about business, but just from a creative standpoint, these games look and play really nice. They have a short, tight loop. They very much are arcade games, but there's like achievements. There's some kind of meta layer of progression. There's like something to do beyond. Like there's something to hook a player if they are not inherently accustomed to the idea of, let me attempt this challenge over and over, and my personal achievement in doing better at this challenge is what's driving me to engage with and enjoy this game. And I think that's where I would like to see more efforts in trying to bridge the gap, to extend an olive branch, if you will, to sort of invite more people into finding that joy of playing games that are built around, a challenge and trying multiple times and getting better at it, as opposed to just churning and churning and churning until you reach the end credits and that's the end. It's very complicated, but I think it's like you cannot ignore when people have like just such a, whether it's true to people's feelings or fully just conditioned Pavlovian response of, but people obsess over sort of hour counts and dollar value and whatever, and I think that's a completely wrong headed approach to begin with. And I've said this many times before, but like even if you think time is a valuable metric for judging your enjoyment of a game, which I'm not, I don't really feel too much that way necessarily, but if you're in a position of not being able to purchase many games or whatever, like I've been at times in my life that where I maybe would have valued things a little bit more in that direction. But even if that is the case, I think the people who are like the most sort of obsessed with using those types of metrics or that kind of approach to judging the value of a game or how much it's worth or whatever, in my mind, they seem to be the ones who are the most like, how do I phrase this in a diplomatic way? That mindset tends to be connected to what I consider to be a very, stupid, for lack of a better word, way of measuring that thing, which is simply from the time that I boot up the game, how much time progresses until I see the end or like credits. And I don't mean to say that people who think that way or ask about that are stupid, but I think it's an expectation that's very kind of narrow and has been conditioned by sort of modern game design sensibilities, where so many games are so long to begin with that it's not a reasonable expectation that you should be playing it more than once. But also, like, it's a weird Ouroboros where, because you expect a game to be something you go from start to end and then you're done with it, you move on, then you want it to be longer so that it lasts longer. And if that lasts longer, then you have no choice but to move on with your life after finishing it, because starting it over once again is just out of the question. Whereas if you have a game that takes 15 minutes to complete, but takes 25 hours of gameplay to learn how to complete it, then guess what? Like, once you've completed it once, if you've enjoyed it to the point of grinding that out, probably going to keep enjoying it. You're going to be able to play it for as much as you want and still have fun with it. I think, like, there's the general attitude of considering a game an experience to be had once with a clear start and a clear end, as defined by the games. Like, here's the title screen, here's the end title card, whatever. That's the extent of it. I think that fosters just a very disposable attitude towards games. I think, like, obviously some games are much more designed to be experienced in that way. Some games are, maybe they're kind of a gimmicky puzzle sort of thing where once it is solved, there's not really any game left. I shouldn't say gimmicky, but it can be a thing where once it is solved, arriving at that solution was kind of the game, and you can't undo that, so you can't experience it again. But it could also be a narrative thing where, like, I think a good movie is a good movie that you can watch multiple times and still enjoy. The act of enjoying a movie isn't like being informed what happens in each subsequent scene, and then when you know what is going to happen, like when you know the sequence of events of a film, it no longer has any entertainment value. Like, I think that's a completely insane way to look at it, and I don't think most people do look at things that way. But you don't necessarily, I mean, I've probably done this a few times, but typically if you finish watching a movie, you don't go, man, that was good, and one more time, let's just do a second lap, let's just watch the same movie again. But you might do that with a game, but probably not if it's like 40 hours long. In any case, like, you can have a narrative experience from a game that does feel kind of like a movie in that sense. And it doesn't really matter if it's a 40-hour game or a 90-minute game, if the journey of that narrative, like, it probably is more so that you finish it, it's satisfying, and you can kind of let that sit with you for a while, and you can kind of ponder it, and you can just percolate on that, and there's no immediate desire to revisit it. And I think that's totally fine, but I think there has been over the last several decades a shift from, like, playing the game being the objective, like having fun while playing the game is what you're expected to get out of a game. Like, that's what things used to be like. And then narrative games that were more of this, like, you experience it from beginning to end, and that's how it's experienced, and then you can move on with your life, may or may not give you a feeling of ever wanting to revisit it in the future, whatever. Like, that started becoming more of a thing in the 90s and eventually took over as, like, the complete norm. And I think that becoming the norm has created a sense of kind of skewed perspective, where people bring their expectations, like, people having been brought up. I mean, anyone who's, like, younger than 30, I guess, like, would be unfamiliar with this, like, older arcadey sort of approach to games. So it's, I'm not placing blame at any individual's feet. I just think it's unfortunate that the market in the industry has created the conditions under which people have been sort of trained to have this singular perspective on how a game is to be enjoyed, and then bring that perspective to other types of games that just do not conform to that framework at all. And I agree that there's a lot of weird psychological things going on where people say one thing but they don't really mean it, or when put to the test, that's not really true. But unfortunately, there's also the fact that like people's convictions of what they think they want is probably a lot more in control of people's purchasing decisions than like how they actually feel, right? If you look at a product on offer and think this is not what I want, you're not going to buy it, play it to confirm whether it is what you wanted or not. You're just not going to bother. And yeah, like I said, it's a sort of I think I called it an Ouroboros. I don't know if you want to call it a feedback loop or a self-fulfilling prophecy, but yeah. But as I said before as well, like that's old games and old style games have, I think, a better ability to kind of find an audience, in the sense that I think a growing part of the population who would consider themselves, into video games, can recognize that there is the kind of broad mainstream market of AAA whatever, and there is other stuff. And I feel like it's, maybe in the grand scheme of things, being into other stuff still makes you kind of a weirdo. The it's weird because like the sheer numbers of like copies sold, like GTA 6 is going to sell 800 million billion copies. So by the mathematics of it, like 100,000 people being into whatever is still like peanuts compared to that. But that is still, I think, a larger, if not a larger percentage, at least a larger in itself, like audience for non-mainstream biggest things. Like what I'm getting at is like there's more room for different views on like what's interesting about video games and what a video game should be like. I was talking about it more in the context of walk and shoot type action games fell out of favor. And if you're looking at things from 30, 40 years ago, things were moving extremely rapidly in technology, in like the craft of making games, artistry, all kinds of things that you couldn't really hold on to the same idea for that many years until you could put out a super polished version of a great game concept from 3 years ago, and the result is a game that feels 3 years old, which now means nothing, but back then could be like a generational divide. I mean, there's probably much better examples, but Doom and Quake are 3 years apart, right? And they're pretty vastly different in a lot of ways. Like, if Doom's on the market and you put out a game, or if Quake's on the market and you put out a game that looks like Doom, you look hopelessly ancient. And I think that's like a lot of things were kind of like that, which means that, and I'm not just talking about graphical fidelity, but just like game design trends in general, where a lot of game ideas were kind of abandoned because it would be hard to iterate on them and to release something that was compelling in the market without it just seeming old. Yeah, Rise of the Triad. There was also like Strife, which was a really interesting, cool, like RPG-esque thing, but it looked really old. I mean, I don't know if that did well or not, but those things that are kind of interesting in hindsight. Or, I don't know, Bubsy 3D. Bubsy 3D is a game that could have been a thing, but then it has to compete with Super Mario 64, and it's like, well, that's that then. Not that was like stuck in. I mean, if anything, a Bubsy that was more like, well, if not Bubsy games, at least a 2D platform, it probably could have done better than Bubsy 3D. But even then, like 2D platformer in '96 would to a lot of people just feel impossibly ancient and just like not interesting anymore. And that's where I think today things are a little different, partially because that race towards like higher fidelity and new solutions and new game design ideas and whatever, like it's been decoupled. Like evolution in game design ideas has been essentially fully decoupled from the technical advancement and like higher fidelity. No one can afford to do, like, technology is no longer the bottleneck, even for the biggest companies in the world. Like technology isn't what's preventing games from looking better or being more realistic or whatever. It's just that, it just costs absurd amounts of money in labor to like produce the assets of that quality, which is why that kind of game development just, like, really isn't sustainable. But I think, like, my hope at least, and I think this has shifted somewhat, but like at a time where things were still relatively modest in terms of absolute costs, and the technology and the craft was developing at an insanely fast pace, it made sense that like you would target like a kind of mainstream audience being interested in like the newest, coolest, hottest thing, because everything was like there was new, exciting, different things constantly. And now, like, new exciting things aren't, there's no reason anyway to consider it synonymous with like new technology or a new hardware platform or technical advancement of any kind. So I think there's more room. I think there's like a larger part of the game playing audience who can kind of acknowledge that I am not, and in many cases I think no longer, looking to what's new and big and popular to find what I want to get out of video games. I mean, I am personally very much in that spot, and it's been, I would say, over the past decade or so, I still enjoy keeping up with video game news, and ever so often, like the new James Bond game, like there may be a new game I'm excited for and want to play, but it's like, anywhere from 1 to 5 games per year, maybe, and I'll play like 100 old games in the same time and be way more excited about that. And then it's like all those new games I'm interested in, it's either because they're rooted in something old-fashioned, or they have some kind of connection, or there's just an academic interest, or they're a new fighting game, which is a pretty conventional old-fashioned type of genre. At a time, at a earlier time, I would have been far more, I mean, I've always had like interest in old games and stuff, but I would never have considered myself to be, oh, I'm more interested in Mega Drive games than PS2 games or whatever. I was just like interested in both. But I think in hindsight, it's also because the span of aspects of video games that I'm interested in were covered, albeit in different ways and to different extents, from like at some point in the 80s. I'm a big fan of Crazy Climber. That's a 1980 game, but otherwise, for the most part, I would say that I'm mostly interested in games from like mid to late 80s onwards. Like there's not that much stuff before that I'm hugely into. But from that period on to like, I guess around that point, at like 10 years ago or so, like there were still games coming out that were doing things that I'm interested in the kind of new big game space and whatever. Whereas nowadays, it's a much clearer divide between like modern games and what they're doing, and like old fashioned games, retro games, indie games, whatever, where the scope of what's being explored and the scope of like what a product or an experience is designed to look like in the kind of quote unquote modern games, to simplify things, there isn't a lot that's happening in that space that's compelling to me. And I think I'm less of a weirdo for feeling that way than if I had expressed that same feeling 20 years ago. And it's not, a change in me. I just mean that it's like it's a shift in demographics, and it's a shift in the industry and the market. And even if a product like Shadow Gangs 0 or any kind of old-fashioned type game is still a niche thing, there's still, like, there is a market for that niche, and there are channels through which you can reach that market in a way that didn't always exist, and in a way that I hope will kind of grow even further. But anyway, I'm definitely getting very rambly here. I need to eat something. I have some things I need to do today, and I've been streaming for, Jesus, 5.5 hours. I should have taken more breaks over this several hours for sure. But that's going to be it. I thank you all for joining me. It's been fun. I guess we're probably getting back to more beat 'em ups soon enough. But I really need to rest. Before we end here, let me just see who's rating or who's see. I can't even talk, although that's usually the case at the beginning of a stream, so that's not really an indication of falling apart. But looks like Marty.zone just went live with some Kingsfield Part 4. Not necessarily my jam, but I reckon there's a few out there among you guys who are super into that stuff. And even if you're not, Marty.zone, always a comfy place. So I'll say goodbye for now, and I'll catch you guys later. Peace.